Chapter 2481. A Taste of One's Own Medicine. The light of Buddha from Shunyin Arhat's figure filled the sky. He had a stern expression. He placed his palms together and faced Futian. He closed his eyes, and a heavenly eye appeared on his third eye. In an instant, within the space that was enveloped by the gigantic Buddha, other Buddhas appeared. Tens of thousands of ancient Buddhas filled the sky. They all remained in the same pose, wielding golden divine swords forged from the light of Buddha. They were actually wielding the Zhuxia swords used by the previous Buddhist cultivator who had battled Futian. The immobilization technique and Zhuxia sword were previously used against Futian by members of their sect. However, Futian had used the Vajra spell, as well as the palm of Mahavarakana to negate these techniques. Now, Shunyin Arhat unleashed these two techniques again. His techniques were clearly more powerful than the previous cultivator. He was using the space battle form to power up the immobilization technique and relying on the power of the various Buddhas to unleash the might of the Zhuxia swords. Each Buddha had special Buddhist seals. Their sharp swords were pointed towards Futian. A faint murderous intent emanated from them. Shunyin Buddha Lord's line of Buddhist cultivators originally maintained the order in the world of Buddhism. They were naturally in charge of dealing judgment to perpetrators. There seemed to be more to their Zhuxia swords than met the eye. The various Buddhas charged forward with their Zhuxia swords enhanced with Buddhist doctrine. The space was immediately shattered, seeming as though it would be ripped apart. "He is unraveling the space," someone commented. Witnessing the might of the Zhuxia swords, the expressions of the various Buddhas were stern. Once one cultivated Buddhist doctrine to the utmost limit, it was rumored that one could detach themselves from all things, even space and time. Shunyin Arhat cultivated the space battle form and had absolute control over this space. Right now, he directed the Zhuxia sword, attempting to unravel the space. If this continued, Futian's body would also disintegrate. This technique was extremely overbearing. As Shunyin Arhat attacked and defended, he unleashed 4 Buddhist superpowers. His ability was indeed extremely powerful. The Zhuxia sword unraveled the space and charged straight towards Futian's coalesced battle form. From the Mahavarakana battle form, the light of Buddha radiated outwards. Although Futian was bound, the might of the battle form was still very powerful. The sound of Buddha circled the battle form. As Futian chanted the Vajra spell, countless runes flowed around him. It was as though it enhanced the Mahavarakana battle form, making it indestructible. Swoosh! The Zhuxia swords came crashing towards the Mahavarakana battle form. The terrifying attack caused cracks to appear on it. It seemed as though it was about to shatter. When they saw this scene, the various Buddhas felt a sense of relief. It seemed that although Futian was strong, he still could not withstand the might of Shunyin Arhat, who had similarly cultivated a powerful battle form. After all, there was still a gap between their cultivation planes. Even if Futian was defeated, it was to be expected. After all, Buddhist doctrine was an ability that he had recently cultivated for several months. If Futian could use all his original abilities in this battle, he might be more powerful. In terms of Buddhist doctrine, even though Futian had extraordinary talent, it was still difficult for him to surpass Shunyin Arhat. This battle was about to end. Shunyin Arhat's attack was also extremely dangerous. If he was not careful and Futian could not withstand his attack, Futian might be heavily injured or even have his body of way crippled. It was obvious that Shunyin Arhat bore animosity towards Futian. He would not hold back. If anything actually happened, he would not show mercy. More and more cracks appeared on Futian's battle form. The various Buddhas unleashed their Zhuxia swords at the same time. It was difficult, even for the golden Mahavarakana battle form, to withstand such an attack. It began to shatter and break apart. Shunyin Arhat's eyes were tightly shut, and his palms were together as he unleashed his powerful Buddhist superpowers. He did not look at Futian, but he could sense everything that was happening. The corners of his mouth curled slightly into a smile, which was cold and sinister. However, Futian stood there unshaken. His palms were still together as he chanted the sound of Buddha. The sound of Buddha circled around him. As the destructive Zhuxia swords came charging down, the gigantic Mahavarakana battle form shattered into countless pieces. Under the besiegement of the Zhuxia swords, it was decimated. The destructive attack was about to strike Yi Futian. The various Buddhas kept staring in his direction. Would Yi Futian's figure be decimated as well? Under the watchful gazes of the various Buddhas, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by the light of Buddha. It was as though another battle form appeared. Just as the Zhuxia swords came crashing towards him, Yi Futian's body seemed to become ethereal. When the attack landed, cracks appeared in the space. However, Yi Futian was still there. He did not seem to be in the same space as the destructive power of the Zhuxia swords, but rather in a parallel space. This bizarre scene caused the various Buddhas to reveal strange expressions. The Zhuxia sword attack landed, but did not touch Yi Futian's body. Instead, the swords immediately shattered. How did Yi Futian pull this off? It is the void battle form, someone exclaimed. A Buddha said, who would have thought that he managed to cultivate 3 battle forms? The Akalanatha battle form, the Mahavarakana battle form, and the void battle form. The void battle form was another name for the space battle form. In actuality, they were the same Buddhist technique. Xinyan Arhat used the power of the void battle form to deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian used the same battle form to evade. Despite this, both of them unleashed different abilities of the battle form. This space battle form was a powerful application of the power of the Great Path of Space by the Buddhist sections. Yi Futian was proficient in the Path of Space and had also cultivated the miniature world. Hence, he had managed to cultivate the void battle form. A Buddha lamented, compared to Donghuang the Great of the past, Yi Futian has spent less time cultivating Buddhist doctrine. However, he is also proficient in various Buddhist doctrines. These 3 battle forms are all difficult ones to cultivate, and he has actually mastered them. If he is given more time, he will most likely be as impressive as Donghuang the Great of the past, capable of mastering all kinds of Buddhist doctrines. Just as he was commenting, silhouettes of various Buddhas appeared on the battlefield. Each and every Buddha seemed to be formed with Yi Futian as the original. This was yet another application of the void battle form. Before this, Xinyan Arhat used the same technique to unleash the Zhuxia swords simultaneously. All the divine swords charged out at the same time. Yi Futian appeared to be mimicking Xinyan Arhat's move and the superpower he cultivated. Besides that, Yi Futian was no longer restrained by the spatial power. The Buddhas opened their mouths at the same time. Suddenly, raging roars filled the sky. Dragons and elephants could be faintly seen up above. When all the Buddhas shouted at the same time, their voices reverberated in space. The vast space seemed to turn into a sea with churning waves. The dragons and the elephants stirred up gigantic waves and destroyed everything around, forming a terrifying illusion. Xinyan Arhat appeared exceptionally tiny amidst the illusion. The Buddhas had been angered. This was their wrathful roar. The Buddhas summoned by Xinyan Arhat exploded in the sea and crumbled into dust right away. Even the gigantic illusory figure of Buddha, which enveloped the entire space, shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. The battle form of Xinyan Arhat became unstable as his spiritual soul trembled. He had yet to regain his composure from his surprise at Yi Futian cultivating the void battle form when an extremely overbearing Buddhist musical attack technique followed. Yi Futian's attack also did not seem to stop. The various Buddhas in the sky were still forming Buddhist divine seals. A majestic and vast power of Buddha pressed down on the space. Right now, Xinyan Arhat felt an intense sense of danger. Chapter 2482, Suppression. Rumble. Faced with the wrathful Buddhist roar, the Buddhas summoned by Xinyan Arhat shattered and were chipped away. The gigantic battle form shook as though it would crack into pieces at any given moment. The spiritual soul of Xinyan Arhat trembled as well. Aside from the raging roar, scorching suns appeared in the sky. The suns were hot and of utmost yang, capable of melting everything in the world. At the same time, their power was extremely overbearing. "They are all Mahavairokanas," someone exclaimed. All the Buddhist cultivators witnessed how the Buddhas summoned by Yi Futian transformed into Mahavairokanas. They unleashed the palms of Mahavairakana at the same time, intending to crush everything in this part of the space. It was the dual battle form. The Buddhist cultivators felt their hearts tremble as they stared in the direction where Yi Futian was. It was hard for them to stay calm. This dual battle form did not refer to Yi Futian cultivating two battle forms, but instead him combining two battle forms and unleashing them at the same time. Yi Futian initially unleashed the Void battle form. Right now, he used the Void battle form to summon various Buddhas, and they became Mahavairokanas. The two battle forms layered over each other as they attacked together. Their might was astonishing. In the sky above, the Mahavairokanas were no longer bound by space. Palms of Mahavairakana came pressing down at the same time, crashing down towards Shinyan Arhat below. They were overbearing. Shinyan Arhat placed his palms together, and the light of Buddha shone from his figure. The gigantic ancient Buddha that enveloped Spirit Mountain immediately shone with golden light. It seemed to be forming a physical presence. The space within this ancient Buddha seemed to be solidifying. The palms of Mahavairakana slowed down as they faced resistance. At the same time, many arms extended from the ancient Buddha behind Shinyan Arhat. All the arms unleashed void palms simultaneously to clash head-on with the incoming palms of Mahavairakana. Terrifying collision sounds reverberated throughout the space. The light of Buddha burst forth. Without exception, the void palms crumbled when faced with the palms of Mahavairakana. All the void palms shattered into pieces as the palms of Mahavairakana continued to charge forward and head straight towards Shinyan Arhat. Boom, boom, boom. Menacing attacks cleared the space as they crashed towards Shinyan Arhat. However, right at this moment, beams of light of Buddha shot out into different locations. The area where Shinyan Arhat was reduced to dust under the attack of the palms of Mahavairakana. The flesh of Shinyan Arhat seemed to have been destroyed by it as well. However, the next moment, many figures of Shinyan Arhat popped up in different locations. They seemed to be his clones. Clearly, Shinyan Arhat was not injured by Yi Futian's attack. Void battle form against void battle form, exclaimed the various Buddhas. Their hearts were slightly stirred when they saw this scene. The user of the void battle form seemed omnipresent. Before this, Shinyan Arhat was not able to land an attack on Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian's palms of Mahavairakana similarly could not hit Shinyan Arhat. The two of them seemed to have reached a stalemate. It was apparent that Shinyan Arhat was more powerful than the opponents that Yi Futian had encountered before. In the previous battles, once Yi Futian's powerful Buddhist superpowers were unleashed, he could crush his opponent. However, this time, even as the power of the dual battle form burst forth, he could not take down Shinyan Arhat. Both of them were proficient in Buddhist superpowers and had powerful battle forms. Hence, such a situation had occurred. However, although this battle was short, up to this point, the various Buddhas could tell that Yi Futian's comprehension of Buddhist doctrine was not inferior to Shinyan Arhat's own. His combat ability was similarly not weaker than that of the latter. Even with Shinyan Arhat's cultivation plane being higher than his, Yi Futian could still put up a fight. This made it apparent how outstanding Yi Futian was. This meant that if they were both on the same plane, Shinyan Arhat would have faced a crushing defeat. When Yi Futian sensed this, his heart was calm. He placed his palms together as the sound of Buddha circled around him. The sound of Buddha reverberated in the entire space. Gradually, a gigantic Buddha also appeared. It seemed to be seizing control of the space from the gigantic Buddha summoned by Shinyan Arhat. Besides that, the gigantic Buddha summoned by Yi Futian was accompanied by the sound of Buddha. The sound of Buddha contained a terrifying divine power that caused Shinyan Arhat's battle forms to tremble. This person can cultivate so many Buddhist doctrines simultaneously because his body was originally proficient in various powers of the Great Path such as flame, space, and sound, a Buddha exclaimed. The various Buddhas all nodded their heads slightly. Someone said, "He is indeed a rare genius. He is comparable to Donghuang the Great of the past." A senior Buddha refuted, "It's too high a praise to compare him with Donghuang the Great. Donghuang the Great had an unparalleled temperament, and he stood head and shoulders above the others of his generation. Aside from Emperor Yi Qing, he was uncontended. The Lord of all Buddhas praised him, and he soon reached the emperor level after that. He united the divine prefecture, and he has been unrivaled for centuries. If we want to pick someone who is on par with Donghuang the Great, the person has to be the Devil Emperor of the Devil World, who has earned his fame preceding Donghuang the Great. Another Buddhist cultivator said, I think that Yi Futian is not any weaker than Donghuang the Great of the past. If Donghuang the Great was here, he might not have done any better than Yi Futian. Nevertheless, both of them are top geniuses. Donghuang the Great of the past was also proficient in various law powers. He was also well-versed in Buddhist doctrine. Taking this point into consideration, that famous figure of the devil world is indeed the only one who is comparable to Donghuang the Great. The speaker equated Donghuang the Great with the Devil Emperor. The two of them were similar. They were both proficient in various law powers. Back then, the Devil Emperor created various powerful demonic arts. Each and every one of them was overbearing. He defeated all the others of his generation and ended the chaotic era in the devil world. Xinyan Arhat will most likely lose, someone commented as they looked toward the battlefield. The two gigantic battle forms were engaged in battle. However, as Yi Futian unleashed his battle form, he was also unleashing the wrathful Buddhist roar and the demon-slaying cries of dragons and elephants. Rumor has it that these two techniques were Buddhist doctrine created by an ancient Buddha when he was suppressing the turmoil in hell. When cultivated to their extremes, these two techniques would allow the cultivator to dominate hell. Rumble. Terrifying sounds could be heard. The various Buddhas looked up into the sky. They were all enveloped within the two gigantic Buddhas. These two gigantic Buddhas were battling to seize control over the space. Right now, the one summoned by Yi Futian had seized the upper hand and consumed the one summoned by Xinyan Arhat. At the same time, on the battlefield, Xinyan Arhat's various clones were under constant heavy bombardment. Xinyan Arhat's expression had already changed. The sound of intense tremors could be heard. His battle form was broken. In the sky above, blinding sunlight burst forth. From the heavens, a gigantic Buddha palm reached down below. It seemed to be the palm of the true Mahavairakana. This gigantic palm of Mahavairakana came bearing down. The remaining clones of Xinyan Arhat turned to dust. Xinyan Arhat's true body appeared. As he looked at the palm of Mahavairakana crashing down on him, his expression turned ugly. He raised both his hands, and the light of Buddha shone from him. He became an ancient Buddha that attempted to hold up the sky. Bang! The palm of Mahavairakana came crashing down and slammed Xinyan Arhat's figure to the ground. He was pushed underground. The terrifying aftershocks shook Spirit Mountain, sending dust flying into the air. On the surface, a gigantic palm print was left behind. The earth in the gigantic palm print appeared scorched. Xinyan Arhat was buried deep within the ground. He kept throwing up fresh blood, and his face was pale. Chapter 2483. The final opponent. Xinyan Arhat was defeated. The various Buddhas looked towards the battlefield. Xinyan Arhat was the most talented disciple of Xinyan Buddha Lord. He had devoted himself to studying Buddhist doctrine for many years. In the entire Western Heaven, he was considered one of the most outstanding figures of his generation. Only a few other Arhats, as well as the direct disciples of the Lord of all Buddhas, could defeat him. Such an existence had actually been defeated by Yi Futian, who had a lower cultivation level. He had even been suppressed in terms of Buddhist superpowers. From the looks of it, Yi Futian was truly going to achieve imitating Donghuang the Great and defeating the various Buddhas. Xinyan Buddha Lord looked towards him. He had a cold look of disappointment in his eyes. His chosen successor had been defeated. For him, it was naturally an utter disgrace. Back then, his elder brother was among the various Buddhas defeated by Donghuang the Great. Ever since that battle, his elder brother had begun cultivating in seclusion away from the world. He was extremely close with his elder brother. The latter had always taken care of him. The incident back then was a great blow to him. He had always considered that battle centuries ago to be the shame of the Buddhist sections. Who would have thought that history would repeat itself today? Yi Futian set foot on Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven and sought the path of Buddhist doctrine. He challenged various Buddhas and defeated the successor of Xinyan Buddha Lord. However, Yi Futian came to Spirit Mountain openly with the valid reason of learning Buddhist doctrine from the Buddhas present. Xinyan Buddha Lord had no excuse to target Yi Futian. Moreover, He knew that among the Buddhas present, some of them were kind towards Futian. They admired his talents and looked highly on him. Futian Buddha Lord was one of them. He even assigned his disciple, Yumu, to welcome Futian. Futian Buddha Lord had a smile on his face throughout Futian's battles with the Buddhas. He seemed to hold Futian in high regard. One could figure this out based on the way Futian Buddha Lord spoke about him. Furthermore, nothing in Western heaven could escape the eyes of the Lord of all Buddhas. Occurrences on Spirit Mountain were no exception too. How would the Lord of all Buddhas respond after witnessing everything that happened here? Would he meet Futian personally? When Shinyan Buddha Lord thought of this, he looked somewhere. Seated over there was a Buddha. This Buddha maintained a smile throughout the whole event as he sat on a futon. He quietly observed everything that happened. He spoke very little. His eyes became two lines as he smiled gently. He appeared exceptionally warm and made people feel comfortable around him. He was wearing a kasaya, and half of his chest could be seen. Prayer beads were hanging on his neck. As both his hands fingered the beads continuously, the prayer beads turned around his neck. Shinyan Buddha Lord put his hands together and bowed towards this Buddha. He said, "Buddha, may I consult your opinion regarding this youth?" Judging from Shinyan Buddha Lord's speech, one could tell that this Buddha Lord had extraordinary standing. Even Shinyan Buddha Lord was so polite with him by regarding him as Buddha and consulting his opinion. With a smile and wrinkly eyes, this Buddha Lord looked at Shinyan Buddha Lord and said, "I'm not worthy of the title Buddha. This youth has come to Spirit Mountain to seek the Buddhist path. Judging from his performance, he is very outstanding. As for the rest, it depends on whether he can make it to our level and whether the Lord of all Buddhas is willing to meet him." When Shinyan Buddha Lord heard the other party's reply, he understood that the latter had no intention of saying much. This Buddha Lord was no ordinary figure. He was all-knowing and could peek into the past and the future of other people. He knew Futian's fate. Besides that, he had profound Buddhist doctrine now that he had attained his status as a Buddha. He might even be able to see Futian's future. Shinyan Buddha Lord purposely inquired about Futian to get some information about Futian from this Buddha Lord. However, the other party was unwilling to reveal even a tiny bit of information. He casually steered the conversation in another direction. Of course, the Buddha Lord's response was befitting to his personality. It was normal for him to reveal nothing that he knew. Shinyan Buddha Lord didn't pester him either. He looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord and the others. The battle a few centuries ago is still fresh in our minds. Today is yet another day of sparring with Buddhist doctrine. Your disciples are all well-versed in Buddhist doctrine. Surely they are better than this disciple of mine. Why don't they stand out to join the battle? Let this outsider truly experience our Buddhist doctrine. His speech intended to goad the others into action. The hidden meaning behind his speech was clear. If they allowed Futian to reach them today, they would make it seem as though no cultivator in Western heaven was proficient in Buddhist doctrine. The various Buddhas looked ahead. They could see that Futian was still moving upwards. He was bathed in the brilliant light of Buddha. He seemed unstoppable. In the space below him, Shinyan Arhat remained where he was. It looked as though Futian had advanced by stepping over Shinyan Arhat's head. One could imagine the humiliation Shinyan Arhat was feeling right now. However, Futian paid no heed to it. He did not do this to other Buddhist cultivators, but he purposely shamed Shinyan Arhat. If Shinyan Arhat had emerged victorious instead, he would surely have done much worse to Futian. The various Buddhas had mixed feelings when they saw this scene. The battle today would certainly leave a permanent scar in Shinyan Arhat's heart. Futian advanced forward. No one emerged to stop him. He gradually approached the highest place, the highest heaven of Spirit Mountain. It was where the various Buddha Lords were. If Futian actually reached there, it meant that he was truly more capable than various Buddhas. Shinyan Buddha Lord frowned. Did all these people really plan to sit back and watch Futian succeed? Today, various Buddhas had gathered. Among the younger generation, Shinyan Arhat was not the strongest cultivator. Yumu, for example, was very powerful. Unfortunately, he was a disciple of Futian Buddha Lord and bore goodwill towards Futian. Naturally, he would not attack him. However, there were many other powerful figures under different Buddha Lords. The eyes of Shinyin Buddha Lord narrowed as he watched Yi Futian progressing upwards and slowly approaching them. Could it be that he really needed to let Yi Futian have his way? Right at this moment, on the second heaven, a figure emerged and stood in front of Yi Futian. Yi Futian was very close to reaching the top. The peak seemed to be within his reach. When Shinyin Buddha Lord saw the challenger emerge, he heaved a sigh of relief. At last, someone came forward. Besides that, his worries were put to rest when he saw who the challenger was. The cultivator who came forward was not a disciple of this generation of Buddha lords. He had been an arhat for a few generations. His cultivation was definitely not any weaker than that of other arhats. In fact, he was much stronger than most of them. There was nothing special about his identity. It could even be regarded as ordinary. However, he had maintained this ordinary status for more than 1,000 years. No one knew exactly how long he had been here. The crowd only knew that he was once an attendant of the Lord of all Buddhas. Back when the Lord of all Buddhas was still cultivating on Spirit Mountain, this arhat organized scriptures for the Lord and ran errands for him. His duties included taking care of Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven. His identity as an attendant was naturally a lot lower when compared to that of other arhats, who were direct disciples of the Buddha lords. However, no one dared to look down on him. This point was proven based on how high up he was. The second heaven was a level where only Buddhas could stand. Rumor has it that this arhat was dim-witted. Hence, even though he had been an attendant for the Lord of all Buddhas for many years, he had yet to break through the shackles and undergo the tribulation of the Great Path. This was the reason why he had stayed at the peak of his cultivation plane for such a long time. However, on this cultivation plane, no one among the Buddhist sects dared to claim that they could defeat him for sure. Chapter 2484. Humbled. This monk was known as Bitter Zen. Rumor has it that he began following the Lord of all Buddhas when he was but an acolyte. Yi Futian stopped in his tracks. When he saw Bitter Zen emerge, he sensed a faint pressure. Even though there was no powerful aura emanating from Bitter Zen's figure, his calm and indifferent temperament contained a dangerous will. Moreover, Yi Futian himself knew clearly that since his opponent emerged after Shinyin Arhat was defeated, he would certainly be more powerful than him. "I am Bitter Zen. Greetings, benefactor Yi," greeted Bitter Zen as he placed his palms together and bowed at Yi Futian. He was courteous and respectful. "Greetings, master," replied Yi Futian as he returned the gesture. Master Bitter Zen has followed the Lord of all Buddhas and cultivated under him for many years. He is revered amongst the Buddhist sections. "Benefactor Yi, you need to be cautious," Futian Buddha Lord said with a smile from the highest heaven. His introduction for Bitter Zen was different. The latter had been cultivating under the Lord of all Buddhas and was revered. Clearly, Bitter Zen was respected even among the Buddha Lord level figures. No one looked down on him at all, just because he had been the attendant of the Lord of all Buddhas. When Yi Futian heard Futian Buddha Lord say this, he was surprised. So this monk actually had such a background. He bowed once again and said, "It is an honor to receive personal instruction from you, master." "Futian Buddha Lord, you speak too highly of me. I am but an attendant of the Lord of all Buddhas. I merely run errands. Benefactor Yi, you have only cultivated Buddhist doctrine for several months since you came from the divine prefecture. Just like that, your Buddhist doctrine has surpassed the various Buddhas here. I am extremely impressed. Your comprehension of Buddhist doctrine is deep enough to have obtained the teachings of the dual battle form. Hence, I came forward to seek some pointers from you regarding Buddhist doctrine," said Bitter Zen humbly and politely. Both of them appeared exceptionally humble. They did not seem like two people who were about to engage in a huge fight. "Master, after you," said Yi Futian. "Please, after you." After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, a dazzling light of Buddha radiated from both their figures. Yi Futian's Mahavairakana battle form remained. He seemed to have become Mahavairakana and was blinding to look at. He raised his hand and pointed it forward. A palm of Mahavairakana charged towards Bitter Zen. This was naturally just an attack to test the waters. With the palm of Mahavairakana alone, Yi Futian could not even defeat Shinyin Arhat. Bitter Zen would naturally have no issues dealing with it. Bitter Zen stood there, not moving an inch. The light of Buddha circled around him as his mouth moved slightly. No one could hear what he was uttering. However, the Buddhist voice reverberated throughout the space. Countless Buddhist runes flowed out of Bitter Zen's mouth. In an instant, a solemn air descended upon the land. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The sound of Buddha circled around them. It was as though a Buddha had awakened. It seemed that there was only the Buddha present, and no evil powers could exist here. At the same time, Bitter Zen's figure was changing. His body turned golden and began to expand. Accompanied by the mantra, he became a gigantic true Buddha. He was even bigger than Yi Futian's Mahavarakana battle form. It was the 6 syllables of truth. Yi Futian thought to himself as his heart trembled. The Buddhist 6 syllables of truth appeared simple, yet they were esoteric. Anyone could cultivate them, but only in form. It was impossible to comprehend the meaning of the 6 syllables of truth. Only the Buddhas who were proficient in Buddhist doctrine and had an extremely deep comprehension could understand its true essence. In the entire Western heaven, the number of Buddhas who successfully cultivated the 6 syllables of truth could be counted on one hand. They were all top-tier Buddhas, and Bitter Zen was actually one of them. Bang! The palm of Mahavarakana crashed into the gigantic golden figure of Bitter Zen. His golden figure did not budge at all. It was stable and firm. On the other hand, the palm of Mahavarakana immediately shattered. It was apparent how sturdy the golden body was. "It is the reality battle form," someone exclaimed. The hearts of the various Buddhas stirred when they witnessed this scene. It was as expected of Bitter Zen, the monk who had followed the Lord of all Buddhas for so many years. He had already cultivated the reality battle form to perfection. By merging the 6 syllables of truth and the reality battle form, his Buddha figure was indestructible and immovable. Yi Futian's palm of Mahavarakana was domineering. However, when it struck Bitter Zen's golden battle form, it shattered on its own. It could not move Bitter Zen's golden figure at all. This time, Yi Futian had truly encountered a powerful opponent. In the battles before this, the other Buddhist cultivators could not force Yi Futian's battle form to budge. Now, it was his attack, which could not break Bitter Zen's golden body's defense. The tables had turned now. Yi Futian felt a pressure acting on him. It was to be expected of a master who cultivated under the Lord of all Buddhas. Once his opponent began attacking, Yi Futian could sense the strength of the other party's Buddhist doctrine. Under the effects of the 6 syllables of truth, the entire space seemed to be controlled by his opponent and contained powerful Buddhist doctrine. The 6 syllables of truth did not appear to have any power. However, their might was formless. They contained the utmost wisdom and were enhanced by powerful Buddhist doctrine. As the 6 syllables of truth expanded outwards, the entire spirit mountain was lit up with the light of Buddha. Endless light enveloped the battlefield. Formless might of Buddha was contained within the light. Yi Futian could actually sense the power of the various Buddhas enhancing his opponent's power. At that moment, he could truly sense the terrifying pressure and the might of his opponent. Yi Futian had a stern expression. His void battle form appeared, and a gigantic Buddha enveloped the vast space. Figures of many Buddhas appeared in the surrounding space, all of them unleashing a powerful light of Buddha. Yi Futian attempted to unleash the powerful attack he had used against Shinyan Arhat again. However, the 6 syllables of truth did not yield. The gigantic golden Buddha that Bitter Zen had become had his eyes shut tightly. His palms were together in front of his chest. The syllables of truth reverberated throughout the sky. Endless light of Buddha coalesced above, and silhouettes of gigantic Buddhas appeared. What was even more terrifying was that the face of a Buddha seemed to form in the sky. It gazed down upon them. The entire sky had become the silhouette of a Buddha. It was just like how the face of great Emperor Ziwei had appeared in the starry world back then. That was not all. Down below, in 3 different directions, 3 powerful Buddhas appeared. They seemed to be the Trikaya, the 3 bodies of Buddha. Terrifying light emanated from these 3 figures. They immediately surrounded the gigantic Buddha summoned by Yi Futian. Aside from that, around the various Buddhas that Yi Futian had summoned, a sea of other Buddhas appeared. The various Buddhas had all appeared at once and surrounded the ones Yi Futian summoned. In every direction, Yi Futian was outmatched. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the scene around him. Under the light of Buddha, the sound of Buddha circled around him, solemn and divine. This divine might landed on him without any murderous intent. There was only the unparalleled might of Buddha. It was as though the true Buddha had descended. When Yi Futian saw this scene, at first, he was somewhat reluctant. Then, he felt a sense of relief. He looked towards Bitter Zen and placed his palms together. He then bowed slightly at Bitter Zen and said, "Master, your comprehension of Buddhist doctrine is deep. It is not something I can compare to. I admit my defeat." As Yi Futian said this, he immediately retracted his aura. The light of Buddha on his body instantly receded. He had no desire to compete. He knew that he was still far inferior to his opponent in terms of attainments in Buddhist doctrine. 1,000 years of hard work and cultivation was not something he could compete with using just dozens of days of effort. Chapter 2485. The Lord of All Buddhas. Bitter Zen placed his palms together, and his light of Buddha retracted. In an instant, the silhouettes of Buddhas in the sky vanished, and everything returned to a calm state. It was as though nothing had happened. He bowed towards Yi Futian and said, "I have spent a millennium on Spirit Mountain and only managed to catch a glimpse of the path of Buddha. Benefactor Yi, you have merely cultivated Buddhist doctrine for dozens of days and already have such high attainment. I am ashamed of myself." It was not quite fair to compare Yi Futian's dozens of days of contact with Buddhist doctrine with his own millennia spent on it. They were not even on the same level. However, it was with this background that Yi Futian made his way up here and defeated the various Buddhist cultivators. Although Yi Futian eventually admitted his defeat to Bitter Zen, in reality, he had only lost in terms of the duration spent on Buddhist doctrine. Bitter Zen was a monk who had followed the Lord of all Buddhas for more than a millennia. The influence of his surroundings greatly aided him in cultivating the Buddhist path. The various Buddhas watched the two humble men. This outcome was expected. After all, it was Bitter Zen who had stepped forward. Yi Futian imitated Donghuang the Great of the past. However, in the end, Yi Futian was not him. When Donghuang the Great came to the Western world, his cultivation was much stronger than that of Yi Futian, and he had also previously comprehended Buddhist doctrine for many years. If they disregarded his other abilities and only looked at his Buddhist doctrine attainment, Donghuang the Great was already a Buddha-level figure back then. It was only under such circumstances that Donghuang the Great had managed to defeat all the various Buddhas. It was normal for Yi Futian to fail at what the former had achieved. Moreover, the person who got in his way was Bitter Zen. It was already an extraordinary achievement for him to reach this stage and even defeat Shinyan Arhat. If it were any other person, it would have been nearly impossible for them to achieve what he had accomplished. "Master Bitter Zen, you are too courteous. This person has come today to Spirit Mountain to challenge the Buddhist sections. If you did not step forward, he might have thought that no one in our sects could prove a match for him," said Shinyan Buddha Lord. When he saw Bitter Zen treating Yi Futian so politely, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He swept a glance at Yi Futian and said, "Buddha is merciful. Today, you came to cause trouble on Spirit Mountain. However, since it is all Buddha's fest, we will not find fault with you. Descend from the mountain." When he said this, a cold and indifferent look flashed past in his eyes. Under Buddha's clairvoyance, even if Yi Futian descended from the mountain, where could he go? Yi Futian would not be able to escape his heavenly eye. He would settle the score with Yi Futian after all Buddha's fest had ended. This cultivator from the divine prefecture had to remain in Western heaven. Although Yi Futian did not know what Shinyan Buddha Lord was thinking, he could sense the latter's animosity towards him. It was normal for Yi Futian to be defeated today. When he came here, he never thought that he would be able to defeat the various Buddhas. He had merely given it a try. In the end, he lost to Bitter Zen in the final battle. Of course, Yi Futian could accept this outcome. Since he had been defeated, he would need to leave soon. It was best that he left Western heaven before all Buddha's fest ended. He turned around and glanced towards Hua Qingqing. He revealed an apologetic look. However, Hua Qingqing was smiling and seemingly did not mind. "Wutian Buddha Lord was kind to us. Should we ask him to let you stay here and cultivate the path of Buddha? That way, you will have a chance to meet the Lord of all Buddhas in the future. Futian asked Hua Qingqing over transmitted thoughts. If they left just like that, they wouldn't have the chance to meet the Lord of all Buddhas. If they missed this opportunity, who knows when they could return here? All that has happened on Spirit Mountain will not escape the eyes of the Lord of all Buddhas. If he is willing to see me, he will naturally do so. If he isn't, it would be meaningless to stay behind. Hua Qingqing replied softly. Futian nodded his head slightly. Buddhist superpowers were miraculous. The Lord of all Buddhas was certainly proficient in many Buddhist techniques. Everything that had occurred here would surely be known to him. When Futian heard Hua Qingqing's response, he knew that she was very clear about this, so he did not say any more. He turned to face the various Buddhas and said, "Today, I came to seek pointers on the path of Buddha and have gained much insight. There is no limit to Buddhist doctrine. Many thanks for your guidance. I apologize for having disturbed you all. Farewell." He placed his palms together, and the light of Buddha flowed around his figure as he said this. He bowed towards the various Buddha lords and prepared to descend the mountain and leave. "Wait a moment," a voice called out just as Futian was turning to leave. Futian looked towards the person who had spoken. He was a Buddha lord who was seated at the very top. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Futian with a smile. It was the Buddha lord who Xinyan Buddha lord had been very polite to and referred to as Buddha. "Buddha lord," Futian greeted. He bowed when he heard the other party calling him. "Is there anything else?" Xinyan Buddha lord and the other Buddhas all turned towards the Buddha lord who had spoken. They were somewhat surprised. This Buddha lord rarely spoke. Now, he had actually held Futian back. What was he about to do? "Benefactor Yi, you will know in a moment," the Buddha lord said with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and looked up into the sky. Futian felt somewhat curious. Wutian Buddha lord also smiled and looked up into the sky above Spirit Mountain. This Buddha lord cultivated omniscience. If he wanted Futian to wait, he naturally had his reasons for doing so. "Is something above Spirit Mountain?" asked Futian. He looked up but did not see anything. The mountain was quiet. Everyone was waiting. It seemed that everyone here paid attention to every word and act of the Buddha Lord. Just then, rainbow light descended from the sky. The next moment, the light enveloped Spirit Mountain. A gigantic Buddha figure appeared in the heavens above. Right now, the entire mountain was bathed in the divine light of Buddha. Seemingly realizing that something had occurred, the various Buddhas on Spirit Mountain all got up and bowed towards the heavens. They had respectful expressions and appeared pious. "Greetings, Lord of all Buddhas. Greetings, Lord of all Buddhas." Their voices reverberated throughout Spirit Mountain. The various Buddhas were all bowing. Regardless of their level, all the Buddhas were in the same pose, bowing with their palms together. Futian naturally understood who had arrived. Only the Lord of all Buddhas could make all the various Buddhas bow and welcome him simultaneously. Futian's heart stirred. He was somewhat moved. The Lord of all Buddhas had actually come. That meant that the Buddha Lord before this had asked him to wait because he knew that the Lord of all Buddhas was coming. When he realized this, Futian also bowed and placed his palms together. Hua Qingqing looked up at the sky with her beautiful eyes at the Lord of all Buddhas. Seemingly noticing her gaze, the Buddha in the sky looked towards her and revealed a kind smile. Hua Qingqing immediately felt her heart tremble. She bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord of all Buddhas. I merely came to visit Spirit Mountain." "Everyone, you need not be so ceremonious," said the Buddha in the sky to the various Buddhas below as he placed his palms together. He appeared very polite. This scene moved Futian. It appeared that the Buddhist sects indeed had different manners compared to other worlds. Just as the various Buddhas had said before this, although all life was equal and the Buddhas were no exception, there was a difference in their comprehension of Buddhist doctrine. The Lord of all Buddhas did not have a high and mighty attitude, but his comprehension of Buddhist doctrine was the most profound among the Buddhist sections. Hence, he was the Lord of all Buddhas, and the various Buddhas bowed to him. Chapter 2486, Reincarnation. As the Buddha light shone, all of the Buddhas shifted to make space for one position. That was the position above and in the middle of them all. No one sat at that position before because it had been reserved for the Lord of all Buddhas all along. As the Lord of all Buddhas descended, his figure appeared on that seat. He said to the Buddhas, "Buddhas, please take your seats." Everyone nodded and sat down one after another. Atop the skies, all of the cultivators had their gazes fixed on the Lord of all Buddhas. Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing were still standing there with bitter zen. At this point, Yi Futian was also examining the Lord of all Buddhas. His entire body shined magnificently. It was clearly no longer a body of a common man, but was the golden frame. Yi Futian had come face to face with the will of several great emperors, Emperor Yi Qing's remnant soul, and Donghuang the Great's projection, yet he couldn't tell whether or not the Lord of all Buddhas that he saw before him was his true form. However, this was probably the closest he had ever come to great emperor-level cultivators. Even if it weren't his true form, it was, at least, his incarnation. Buddha Lord, bitter Zen put his palms together and bowed toward the Lord of all Buddhas. He was the apprentice child of the Lord of all Buddhas and was considered close to the Lord. Bitter Zen, you have followed me in cultivation for so many years, and I considered you to have stepped foot on the Buddhist path. What do you think about having an exchange with our little friend Yi here regarding the Buddhist doctrine? The Lord of all Buddhas smiled and asked. He appeared very amiable. There was no sign of majesty or grandeur typical of the great emperors. As the cultivators on the Spirit Mountain bathed under his Buddhist light, they all felt like they were being caressed the spring breeze. Perhaps that was the power of the great Buddha. Benefactor Yi is also fated with Buddhism. If he cultivates for just 10 years, his understanding of the Buddhist doctrine will surely surpass mine, Bitter Zen replied. When he said 10 years, Yi Futian didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Master Bitter Zen's understanding of the Buddhist doctrine was indeed extraordinary. Even if he was really given 10 years, he may not be able to surpass him. Bitter Zen's appraisal of Yi Futian was already really high. After all, he had cultivated under the Lord of all Buddhas for 1,000 years. The Buddhas present also understood the significance of Bitter Zen's evaluation of Yi Futian. The Lord of all Buddhas smiled and nodded. He looked toward Yi Futian and said, "Yi Futian, you came to the Spirit Mountains this time for her, right?" As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Hua Qingqing. A gentle smile continued to be present in his golden iris, along with a sense of sympathy. "Yes, I did come for Hua Qingqing. Master Bitter Zen said that I was fated with Buddhism. Actually, it's related to her as well. I believe this connection with Buddhism was, in part, bestowed upon me by her," Yi Futian replied. "Indeed." The Lord of all Buddhas nodded. A fate connected to Buddhism is a fate connected to the Buddha. Thus, being related to Hua Qingqing was Yi Futian's fated connection to Buddhism in itself. When the Lord of all Buddhas looked toward Hua Qingqing, Buddha light instantly started shining upon her. This light was gentle, and as it illuminated Hua Qingqing, it made her appear even more holy. It even seemed like the light of the Buddha started to emanate from her as her entire body shone magnificently. It was akin to the light of a lamp. Her body levitated into the air and came before the Lord of all Buddhas. The Lord reached out and placed his hand on her head. Instantly, a cylindrical light screen encircled Hua Qingqing. It was as though she was a female Buddha. All entities have spirits. In the past, even I didn't expect that you would awaken intelligence. Ancient Buddha Qingding, you've accompanied me in cultivation for many years, so I gifted you an opportunity in the cycle of life and death, allowing you to reincarnate. That's why you have your current life. Now, have you recalled your memories? The Lord of all Buddhas said with a smile as he retracted his hand. Hua Qingqing put her palms together. A spot of light appeared between her brows. It looked like a lamp and made her appear more holy. I was originally a lamp before, Hua Qingqing muttered, Lord Buddha. Obviously, she had recalled her past. The Lord of all Buddhas smiled and nodded slightly. Hua Qingqing turned and looked toward Yi Futian. Her eyes were exceedingly clear and pure. Now that she had recalled her past life, it made sense that she favored the ancient Buddha Qingding because this had been her destiny all along. She was the ancient Buddha Qingding in her past life. She was a lamp before the Buddha, and she had accompanied the ancient Buddha in his cultivation. Greetings, great Buddha. bitter Zen bowed and paid his respects to Hua Qingqing. He put his palms together, and his expression was very solemn. He appeared exceptionally respectful. "Greetings, great Buddha." Quite a number of Buddhist cultivators bowed to Hua Qingqing, with the exception of a few Buddha Lord-level cultivators who had seen an incredible number of years in cultivation. While Hua Qingqing was young, it was only her age in her current life. Back when she cultivated alongside the Lord of all Buddhas, she had experienced a nearly indefinite period of time, living for longer than even bitter Zen. After being by the Lord for such an incredibly long time, she could be truly said to have accompanied the Buddha Lord in cultivation. As such, even bitter Zen honored her by calling her Great Buddha. Among the Buddhas present there, most were considered her juniors. Xinyan Buddha Lord and others who were hostile toward Futian were all startled. Of course they knew about the Buddhist lamp of the Lord of all Buddhas. But Hua Qingqing, she was the reincarnation of the Lord's Buddhist lamp. Back then, the Qingding accompanied the Lord of all Buddhas through his cultivation journey. As eons passed by, Qingding listened to countless years of Buddhist sutra and eventually gained intelligence. So, the Lord of all Buddhas used his supreme command of the Buddhist doctrine to help this Buddhist lamp reincarnate as a human. This story was passed down in the Buddhism world all along, but no one expected that Futian, who came to the Spirit Mountains today to consult about the Buddhist doctrine, had actually come for the Buddhist lamp. If that was the case, then they knew that within the world of Buddhism, it would be extremely difficult for them to target Futian. Hua Qingqing bowed toward the Buddhas as well and said, "Greetings, Buddhas." Futian smiled too as he saw this scene. When Hua Jieyu first mentioned this to him, he was in shock and disbelief as well. Hua Qingqing was actually the lamp before the Buddha, so it was no wonder she was able to protect Jieyu and prevent her spiritual soul from being obliterated. Now that he was able to send Hua Qingqing back to the Spirit Mountain to return under the Buddha Lord for cultivation, this whole saga had been brought to a satisfactory conclusion. "In that case, I have completed my mission," Futian smiled as he said. With the Buddha Lord's care, of course he wouldn't have to worry about Hua Qingqing anymore. Even across the entire world, there probably wasn't a single person capable of hurting her now. Hua Qingqing looked toward Futian with a gentle smile. Then, the Buddha Lord spoke. Perhaps it's too early to say that. Futian was a little taken aback by what the Lord of all Buddhas said. He asked, "Please enlighten me." She had reincarnated for cultivation, and so she lives a different life now. She hasn't concluded all of her fated connections with the mortal world, so she won't be able to take refuge in Buddhism. The time hasn't arrived, the Lord of all Buddhas said with a smile. Futian was startled. Did he mean to let Hua Qingqing continue to mature in the common world and then cultivate there? "Hua Qingqing, what do you think?" the Lord of all Buddhas asked her. "I'll heed the arrangements of the Lord," Hua Qingqing answered. The Lord of all Buddhas continued, "I've helped you recall your memories from your past life this time. Back then, when you had just awakened your intellect, you had already been following alongside me for many years in cultivation. This is why you are proficient in the Buddhist doctrine and can help Futian with his cultivation. Now that these memories have returned to you, you shall return to the mortal world to continue experiencing and developing. Upon the time your fate with the mortal world had ended, that is the day you will become a Buddha." Hua Qingqing didn't say anything else. She put her palms together and bowed, agreeing to the Buddha Lord's words in silence. Upon hearing this, Futian also understood that it wasn't time for Hua Qingqing to return to the Spirit Mountain yet. With that, does that mean that he had made this trip for nothing? But through this, he had managed to find the confirmed identity of Hua Qingqing and help her to regain her memories. That alone was worth this journey. Chapter 2487, Cultivation on the Spirit Mountain. Futian put his palms together and bowed toward the Lord of all Buddhas. He said, "Thank you very much. My visit this time was a little discourteous, so I seek your forgiveness. I'll now bring Hua Qingqing down the mountain and return." "No hurry," the Lord smiled and replied, "Futian, the Buddha of Destiny already said that you have been fated with Buddhism. It was an arduous journey to come to the Spirit Mountains and send Hua Qingqing back to restore her memories. Of course, the Buddha will not let you return empty-handed." Futian was a little astounded. Xinyan Buddha Lord's expression revealed some agitation. Was the Lord of all Buddhas going to do the same thing as he did to Donghuang the Great and pass on the Buddhist doctrine to Yi Futian? A smile spread across Hua Qingqing's face. Not only did they manage to eliminate the dangers of this trip, but they had even turned mishap into opportunity. I see. This is the Buddha of destiny. Yi Futian looked at the Lord of all Buddhas, who had his eyes narrowed. He guessed that this Buddha Lord must be an ancient Buddha who had cultivated omniscience, mysterious and unfathomable. He wondered whether the Buddha Lord could actually get a glimpse of his destiny. At his level, even if he couldn't see everything, he could at least see a fraction of it. The Lord of all Buddha's gaze also landed on the Buddha of destiny as he asked, "Great Buddha, which Buddhist superpower do you think is suitable for Yi Futian to practice?" Besides Hua Qingqing, Benefactor Ye's fated connection with Buddhism could also be a tinge related to Wutian Buddha Lord. The Buddha of Destiny's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Wutian Buddha Lord previously helped Yi Futian to defuse some dangers and let his student Yumu stay by Yi Futian's side. "Indeed," the Buddha Lord said. "If that's the case, then we shall teach celerity." Wutian Buddha Lord, what do you think? "I'll heed the Buddha Lord's arrangements," Wutian Buddha Lord smiled and said. He did, in fact, have good intentions toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian was someone blessed by the heavens. If celerity were passed down to him, it would also benefit the promulgating of the Buddhist doctrine. "Yi Futian, are you willing?" The Lord of all Buddhas looked toward Yi Futian and asked. He wanted to impart celerity to Yi Futian, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Celerity was also known as teletransportation or willful travel. Cultivated at the highest level, it would allow the user to appear anywhere in the world at will. This was the ultimate cultivation in space and teleportation. Before this, the Buddha Lord asked the Buddha of Destiny whether there were deeper meanings to this. With the powers of the Lord of all Buddhas and the Buddha of Destiny, rather than the glimpse of his future that they could catch, could it be that they were imparting to him celerity to help him safeguard his life? Of course, regardless of the reason, cultivating one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers was an enormous opportunity in itself. I am humbled. Throughout this trip to Spirit Mountain, I have already learned a significant number of Buddhist doctrines. Now, the Buddha Lord is willing to impart me one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers. I'm truly grateful. Yi Futian bowed down in gratitude. The Lord of all Buddhas nodded. As for the teaching of celerity, we'll have to trouble Wutian Buddha Lord. Is that all right? Wutian Buddha Lord bowed as well. Glad to be of service. Thank you very much, Wutian Buddha Lord. Yi Futian bowed toward Wutian Buddha Lord as well. This trip to the Buddhist world in the Western Heaven wasn't a smooth journey. They had encountered many setbacks and hindrances, were chased by cultivators wanting to kill them, and they had seen the destruction of the divine frame. Even at Spirit Mountain of the Western Heaven, there were still many great Buddhas who were hostile toward him. But the end result was still very satisfactory to him. Those like Lord of all Buddhas, Wutian Buddha Lord, Buddha of Destiny, and Master Bitterzen were all very respectable Buddhist cultivators. Of course, Yi Futian wouldn't dwell on whether the Lord of all Buddhas had some ulterior motives in doing this. The Lord of all Buddhas was a great emperor-level cultivator. At this level, there was no need to cover up anything towards someone like Yi Futian, so naturally, the Buddha Lord would just do as he wished. All right, I have disturbed you, Buddhas. Feel free to continue. I shall now take my leave, the Lord of all Buddhas said. As his voice sounded, Buddhist light erupted, and his golden frame gradually turned into a phantom. His body just disappeared into thin air. Before the Buddhas could even react, he had already left. But the Buddhas weren't surprised. It was incredibly rare for the Lord of all Buddhas to show himself. He only appeared on Spirit Mountain because of Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing. Moreover, this wasn't his true form in the first place. After the Lord of all Buddhas left, the Buddhas were all left with different thoughts. Benefactor Yi and Benefactor Hua should stay on Spirit Mountain and attend the All Buddhas Fest. It's about to come to an end anyway, Tianyin Buddha Lord said with a smile. Several other Buddhas nodded in agreement. Hua Qingqing was the lamp of the Buddha Lord, and since Yi Futian had sent her to the Spirit Mountain, there was nothing wrong with her attending the All Buddhas Fest. Congratulations to Benefactor Yi, Yanyan Arhat said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and thanked him. Yumu, who was standing on the side, also nodded to Futian to pay respects. Futian put his palms together and returned the greeting. Tianyin Arhat then smiled and said, "Please take a seat, Yi benefactor." "Thank you very much." Futian wasn't too reserved and walked to the position beside Tianyin Arhat. Hua Qingqing wanted to follow him, but Wutian Buddha Lord said, "Great Buddha once accompanied the Lord of all Buddhas in cultivation, so please sit here instead." Hua Qingqing hesitated for a bit, but when she saw Futian nodding at her, she didn't think too much about it. She went to the highest heaven and sat in the seat beside Wutian Buddha Lord. "Congratulations to benefactor Yi." Tongchan Arhat also looked toward Futian and spoke with a smile on his face. Futian looked at him a little alarmed. He controlled his inner thoughts and didn't overthink so the others wouldn't read his thoughts. The All Buddhas Fest continued, but everyone now had their own agendas and thoughts, and the atmosphere wasn't quite there. As the 10,000th year of the All Buddhas calendar arrived, Buddhist light that spanned thousands of miles shrouded the entire Spirit Mountain. This day, many Buddhist cultivators set off from Spirit Mountains and headed toward the Western Heaven to promulgate the Buddhist doctrine. The entire Western Heaven was lit up with liveliness on this spectacular occasion. On this day, the great Buddhas also left one after another to return to their own cultivation areas. Futian didn't leave. Atop Spirit Mountain, Futian sat before an ancient temple and cultivated with his eyes closed. Beside him, Hua Qingqing was sitting there as well, and Buddhist light encircled her. There seemed to be Buddhist halos behind her, appearing incredibly divine and holy. The Buddhist light also illuminated Futian's body. Before them, a great Buddha sat. It was Wutian Buddha Lord. He was passing his teachings to Futian just now, imparting to him one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers, celerity. After a while, Futian opened his eyes. He put his palms together toward Wutian Buddha Lord and said, "Thank you, Buddha Lord, for your teachings. How are you feeling?" Wutian Buddha Lord asked. "The Buddhist doctrine has no ending, and celerity isn't something that I can learn and understand overnight. I'm afraid I will need to go through a long period of perceptive cultivation. At the same time, I will need to coordinate it with other Buddhist doctrines to stand a chance of mastering it," Futian replied. "I see you already understand." Wutian Buddha Lord smiled and nodded. The cultivation of the 6 Buddhist superpowers does indeed require the reinforcement of other Buddhist doctrines to help comprehension. In this world, perhaps only the Lord of all Buddhas have cultivated celerity to mastery. Even I still have a long way to go. Mastery over celerity meant transcending the physical limits of this world. That was indeed nearly impossible. As for time, I suggest you cultivate on the Spirit Mountain for a period of time. Wait until you have reached a certain level in celerity before leaving, Wutian Buddha Lord added. "Thank you very much, Buddha Lord." Futian nodded. That was his plan as well. Chapter 2488. Saint Jinshan returns. The light of Buddha shone on Spirit Mountain. The surroundings were quiet and peaceful. The entire area was veiled, like a sanctuary. Dazzling, colorful light poured down on one of the peaks of Spirit Mountain. A white-haired figure sat cross-legged with his eyes shut as he cultivated. Behind him were 2 other silhouettes sitting quietly and cultivating. Both of them were absolute beauties and appeared even more divine under the light of Buddha. One of the women was actually shrouded in halos of the light of Buddha. She was like a bodhisattva with transcendent beauty. She gave off an immaculate aura. The other woman seemed to be an otherworldly goddess. Their temperaments were completely different. These 2 women were naturally Hua Jieyu and Hua Qingqing. Since Futian had remained to cultivate on Spirit Mountain, he had gone to Western Heaven to bring over Hua Jieyu and the others. Now, Hua Jieyu, Chunyi as well as a few junior figures were all cultivating on Spirit Mountain. Up until today, they had been cultivating on Spirit Mountain for 3 years. In the past 3 years, Hua Jieyu and the others also read Buddhist scriptures. They did not purposely cultivate the path of Buddha and Buddhist superpowers, but various techniques were related after all. Moreover, Buddhist scriptures were extremely profound. They could be enlightening. Occasionally, some things that they did not comprehend before could suddenly become extremely clear. Hence, these 3 years of cultivation had been extremely beneficial for them. Of course, The person who had improved the most was undoubtedly Hua Qingqing. In her previous life, she had been a Buddhist lamp who had accompanied the Lord of all Buddhas in his cultivation. He had recited many Buddhist scriptures to Qingding. This caused Qingding to gain sentience in her previous life. Now that memories of her previous life had awakened, the various Buddhas crowned her a Buddha. Her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds every day. She even transcended the original cultivation rules and kept leaping past planes. In another location, Blind Tai was cultivating under a golden waterfall that seemed to be formed from the flowing light of Buddha. At that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared near him. Blind Tai raised his eyebrows, seemingly sensing something. He turned towards the person who had appeared. However, the next moment, he did not sense anything in that direction. It was as though no one had ever been there. Were his senses playing tricks on him? Blind Tai thought to himself. He felt somewhat strange. By right, his sense would not be mistaken. Then, what was it? In another location, below a pagoda, a few silhouettes were sitting there cultivating. Around them were quite a few Buddhas. These figures were rather young, but their temperaments were astounding. They were Feng Xiyuan and the youths. Just then, a silhouette appeared behind them. The four of them did not sense the figure at all. They were still immersed in their own cultivation. Very quickly, the figure vanished again, as though it had never been there. On the ancient golden peak, an illusory figure appeared where Futian sat. It was his own illusory figure. Right then, his illusory figure merged back with his original body as he quietly sat there. It was as though he had never left the place and had always been sitting there cultivating. In the surrounding space, one could not even detect any changes in the power of the great path of space. Hua Qingqing, who was seated behind Futian, cast him a glance. Her gaze revealed a faint smile. Right then, Futian also opened his eyes. He gazed down at the scenery below Spirit Mountain and mumbled, as expected, "This celerity superpower is miraculous. I can use it to go about without leaving any traces. Even those with cultivation not weaker than my own have difficulty sensing my presence. If I were to attack them, I would certainly catch them off guard. It is somewhat terrifying to think about it." Hua Qingqing said, "All 6 Buddhist superpowers are all miraculous. When you reach a higher cultivation plane, your celerity will become even more powerful. When that happens, you can go anywhere you want in the world. The heavens and earth will no longer bind you." "Where did you go just now?" Hua Jiu asked curiously. In their eyes, Futian had only disappeared for an instant before returning to his spot. It was as though he had never left. However, they naturally knew that Futian was cultivating celerity and had gone somewhere in that instant. "I went to many places," replied Futian as he turned around and looked at Hua Jiu and Hua Qingqing. Hua Jiu's beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. Futian had already gone to many places in that instant. Such speed was considered terrifying. Even if one cultivated the great path of space, it was impossible to pull off such a feat. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared where they were. It was Yumu. Yumu similarly cultivated celerity and could come and go without a trace. Without any signs of the power of the great path of space, he had immediately appeared here. "Master," greeted Futian as he got up and bowed slightly. "Benefactor Yi," replied Yumu as he returned the gesture. "I have something to inform you. Back in Western Heaven, you previously came into conflict with Zhanshan Temple, and Saint Zhanshan went missing after the incident. Not long ago, Saint Zhanshan returned to Zhanshan Temple. He has gotten wind that you are cultivating here on Spirit Mountain and is already on his way over. I believe he will arrive soon." "So he did not die," Futian mumbled. However, this was within expectations. Of course, although he had not killed Saint Zhanshan, he had heavily injured the latter. Saint Zhanshan must have recovered recently for him to have only returned to Zhanshan Temple now. Now, Futian had already settled down on Spirit Mountain. Even though he had yet to establish a base here, he had long left Western Heaven. Despite that, Saint Zhanshan was actually coming to Spirit Mountain to find him. It was obvious how deep his grudge ran. In the battle back then, most of the cultivators of Zhanshan Temple were killed. Only Saint Zhanshan had escaped with severe injuries. Zhanshan Temple was already a shadow of its former self. This resulted in the deep hatred Saint Zhenchan bore against Futian. This score needed to be settled. Saint Zhenchan was also originally from a Buddhist sect. It was not strange for him to come to Spirit Mountain. Of course, benefactor, ye need not worry. On Spirit Mountain, it is impossible for Saint Zhenchan to do anything to you, said Yumu, comforting Futian. Futian naturally also understood this. He was a cultivator whom the Lord of all Buddhas had received. The latter had allowed him to cultivate one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers on Spirit Mountain. Under such circumstances, if Saint Zhenchan came to Spirit Mountain to kill Futian, how would the Lord of all Buddhas punish him? Another figure dashed over. This time, it was Bitter Zen. When he arrived, he placed his palms together and bowed towards Hua Qingqing, saying, "Greetings, Buddha." The cultivators of Spirit Mountain still maintained absolute respect towards Hua Qingqing. It was so even for Bitter Zen, who had followed the Lord of all Buddhas. Hua Qingqing was the Buddhist lamp accompanying the Lord of all Buddhas in his cultivation for countless eons. "Greetings, Master Bitter Zen," responded Hua Qingqing as she returned the gesture. Futian similarly greeted him. Bitter Zen looked towards Futian and said, "Saint Zhenchan is already making his way across the ocean. He will arrive at Spirit Mountain soon. However, benefactor, ye may cultivate in peace. On Spirit Mountain, nothing will happen to you." "Many thanks, Master," thanked Futian politely. Master Bitter Zen must have come to put his mind at ease. Even Saint Zhenchan could not do as he pleased on Spirit Mountain. Chapter 2489, Seeking the Buddha. Many Buddhas suddenly appeared on Spirit Mountain. In Western Heaven, Spirit Mountain was the center for those who sought the path of Buddha. Each Buddha had their own cultivation courts, and not all of them cultivated on Spirit Mountain. However, the cultivation courts of the various Buddhas were connected with Spirit Mountain and could easily access the latter. Of course, this was a privilege granted only to Buddhas of very high standing. This time, the various Buddhas came over because they had caught wind of some news. Saint Zhenchan was alive and had returned to Zhenchan Temple. Now, he was heading over to Spirit Mountain to settle the score with Futian. Based on the news they received, back during the battle when Saint Zhenchan led his forces to take down Futian, his forces had been destroyed. The cultivators of Zhenchan Temple had all fallen, and only Saint Zhenchan had escaped. However, he was also gravely injured. He had not appeared in public for several years until he recently returned to Zhenchan Temple. They speculated that, until now, Saint Zhenchan's injuries had yet to fully recover. There would certainly still be some lingering ailments. However, no one would be able to sit still when such grievances had been committed against them. Hence, many Buddhas had come to Spirit Mountain beforehand. They wanted to see how this grudge would end. Futian's group was also waiting there. Not long after, there was a disturbance on Spirit Mountain. Saint Zhenchan had arrived. On the ancient golden peak, Futian could sense many powerful auras landing on him. It was apparent that the various Buddhas were watching him. At the same time, far off in the distance, an extremely terrifying aura swept over the area. A powerful resentment appeared over the sacred lands of the divine Spirit Mountain, faintly disrupting the peaceful environment here. Spirit Mountain was the sacred land of the world of Buddhism. Ordinary people would not dare to act so presumptuously here. However, Saint Zhenchan was originally from a Buddhist sect. His standing was not low, so he dared to act this way. A short while later, Futian and his group saw a silhouette appear before them. Saint Zhenchan stood before the ancient golden peak. His gaze instantly locked on to Futian. He had an ice-cold look in his eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes was clear as day. However, not far in front of Futian, another figure stood. It was Bitter Zen. Next to Futian, Hua Qingqing also stood quietly. Now, Hua Qingqing's position among the Buddhist sects was outstanding. Even Buddha Lord-level figures referred to her as Buddha. "Greetings, Master Bitter Zen." Saint Zhenchan greeted Bitter Zen as he nodded his head slightly. Although he was arrogant, he was still very polite towards the Lord of all Buddha's attendant, not daring to step out of line at the slightest. "Greetings, Saint Zhenchan," replied Bitter Zen as he returned the gesture without an ounce of arrogance. "Master Bitter Zen, this man killed many members of Zhenchan Temple a few years ago. Even the deputy lord of Zhengshan Temple fell to his hands. Zhengshan Temple suffered severe losses, and I barely made it out with my life, said Saint Zhengshan. Later on, I heard that this man relied on the name of a Buddhist lamp which reincarnated into a Buddha to cultivate on Spirit Mountain. Hence, I specifically came over here to take a look. I wanted to see how such a man, who stirred up such a huge storm in 6 desires heaven and slaughtered so many people, could cultivate the path of Buddha. Saint Zhengshan, quell your anger, said Bitter Zen as he placed his palms together and bowed towards Saint Zhengshan. What occurred back then was all because of cause and effect. Saint Zhengshan, you sowed the seeds yourself, so you also had to reap what you sow. Now that you are here, you can cultivate on Spirit Mountain for a period of time to resolve the hostility in your heart with Buddhist doctrine. That way, you might be able to get rid of your obsession. Bitter Zen continued, As for Benefactor Yi, the Lord of all Buddhas has arranged for him to cultivate on Spirit Mountain. It is because this is Benefactor Ye's fate with Buddha. Bitter Zen directly stated that this was arranged by the Lord of all Buddhas. The latter was the leader of the world of Buddhism. Nothing in Western heaven could escape his eyes. He naturally knew what had happened back then. Bitter Zen did not need to say more. Saint Zhengshan should be able to read between the lines. Saint Zhengshan naturally understood what he meant. Bitter Zen stated that Futian had done no wrong, and that he should reflect on his actions while studying Buddhist scriptures. He was a Buddhist, but he had always been occupied with establishing his own force. His relationship with the Buddhist sects was not that close. However, his elder brother, Tongchan, was a top Buddha lord. All right, since the Lord of all Buddhas has arranged it, I will not do anything. However, away from Spirit Mountain, this personal vendetta still stands. I beg the forgiveness of the Lord of all Buddhas in advance, declared Saint Zhengshan. His tone was not polite at all. The Buddhist sects were different from sects in other worlds. In other worlds, the underlings were subordinate to the great emperor-level figures. None of them would dare act so presumptuously to their superiors. However, the Lord of all Buddhas was merciful and did not interfere with worldly matters. Everything obeyed the laws of causality and fate. He would not force anything to happen nor interfere with it happening. Beyond Spirit Mountain, the Lord of all Buddhas would not meddle in worldly affairs. Also, the law enforcers of the world of Buddhism did not look kindly on Futian. Zhengshan, you overstep your bounds, a voice called out. Saint Zhengshan turned around and saw Buddha appear. It was Tongchan Buddha Lord. Tongchan Buddha Lord, Saint Zhengshan, and Lord Initial Zen were all under the same master. Back in the day, they had all cultivated under the same ancient Buddha. However, each of them chose their own cultivation path, and they weren't that close. Tongchan Buddha Lord was of very high standing. Be it Saint Zhengshan or Lord Initial Zen, neither of them was worthy of his attention. Nevertheless, Tongchan Buddha Lord did not have a good impression of Futian either. After all, they were still from the same sect. Initial Zen was killed by Futian. Zhengshan had nearly perished as well. Forgive me, elder brother, said Saint Zhengshan as he bowed towards Tongchan Buddha Lord. He appeared extremely polite. They did not seem like ordinary brothers. Tongchan Buddha Lord cast a glance at him and said, I know why you have come. You have yet to recover from your injuries. You wish to head to Vaidurya Pure World, yes? Elder brother, please help me, Saint Zhengshan replied with a bow. He naturally could not hide this from Tongchan Buddha Lord, as the latter could read the minds of others. Vaidurya Pure World was an independent world in the world of Buddhism. The master of Vaidurya Pure World was an ancient Buddha, Medicine Buddha Lord. Medicine Buddha Lord was revered. Even the Lord of all Buddhas would be very polite towards him. He could be considered a true relic of the world of Buddhism. He rarely appeared in public, not even appearing during All Buddha's Fest. Only a few of his disciples had attended the festival. Although Saint Zhengshan's cultivation was powerful and his position in the world of Buddhism was high, Vaidurya Pure World was still not a place that he could visit as he pleased. He still needed the help of Tongchan Buddha Lord to get there. On Spirit Mountain, there was a passageway that led to Vaidurya Pure World. He has yet to recover from his injuries and wishes to see Medicine Buddha Lord. Hua Qingqing told Futian over transmitted thoughts. These past few years, Yi Futian had developed a greater understanding about the top figures in the world of Buddhism. Medicine Buddha Lord was considered a legendary existence, a true ancient Buddha. From the looks of it, Saint Junshan had yet to recover from his injuries back then. Hence, he wanted to head over to Vaidurya Pure World to seek treatment from Medicine Buddha Lord. All right, I will help you. However, whether or not Medicine Buddha Lord is willing to treat you is up to your fate, replied Tongchan Buddha Lord in an indifferent tone. Elder brother, thank you for your help, Saint Jinshan responded with a bow. Follow me, Tongchan Buddha Lord instructed. Saint Jinshan stepped forward and followed him. Before he left, he did not forget to turn around and sweep a glance at Yi Futian. Over transmitted thoughts, he said, now that you no longer have the divine body, even if you have cultivated Buddhist doctrine on Spirit Mountain, what can you do? You'd better pray that you'll make it out of Western Heaven alive. Chapter 2490, Years Old. Yi Futian watched as Saint Jinshan left. His expression was calm. After the other party left, he said, it appears that I am not the main reason why Saint Jinshan came to Spirit Mountain. The various Buddhas also realized this. It turned out that Saint Jinshan had come to Spirit Mountain to meet Medicine Buddha Lord. It seemed that his injuries were very severe. With his cultivation, it might be that he couldn't recover from it on his own. Hence, he needed the aid of Medicine Buddha Lord. Still, you should be careful, mumbled Chinyi as he walked up next to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head. Saint Jinshan's threat was still ringing in his ears. Saint Jinshan's main reason for coming here was to seek treatment. His secondary goal was to deal with Yi Futian. As long as he had the opportunity, Saint Jinshan would naturally not let Yi Futian go. The grudge between them was established, and not just in Western Heaven. Most likely, even if Yi Futian returned to the Divine Prefecture, Saint Jinshan would not let him escape. After all, without the divine body, Yi Futian couldn't go against Saint Jinshan. Spirit Mountain is a place for quiet cultivation. Everyone, please return to your own cultivation courts, said Bitter Zen as he walked up before the ancient peak and bowed into the distance with his palms placed together. Although there was no one before him, in reality, the various Buddhas were all looking to where he was. He was asking the various Buddhas to leave. Very soon, the Buddhas retracted their auras. Seeing that the incident had been resolved so easily, they naturally did not see the need to remain here. All of them left one after another. Benefactor Yi, you may continue cultivating in peace, Bitter Zen said as he turned to face Yi Futian. Many thanks, Master, replied Yi Futian as he bowed back at Bitter Zen. Bitter Zen and Yumu then bid farewell and left. Chunyi walked up beside Yi Futian and asked, what do you plan to do now? Yi Futian was marked by Saint Jinshan. If he remained in Western Heaven, he needed to be on his guard at all times. If he took the opportunity to leave now, he might be able to return to the Divine Prefecture before Saint Jinshan recovered from his injuries. Yi Futian replied, since Saint Jinshan wants to kill me, he probably won't let this opportunity slip past him so easily. If I leave, we might be stalked. After all, Saint Jinshan should be well aware that if Yi Futian returned to the Divine Prefecture, it wouldn't be as easy to kill him there as it was in Western Heaven. If Yi Futian were in Saint Jinshan's shoes, he would have arranged for Yi Futian to be stalked. So, you plan to continue cultivating in Western Heaven? Chunyi further inquired. Responded Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He would first reach the 9th tier of the Renhuang Plain. Even if he returned to the Divine Prefecture, his main goal would still be to continue cultivating. It was a rare fateful encounter for him to be able to cultivate on Spirit Mountain. Aside from cultivating celerity, his aim was to reach the final tier of the Renhuang Plain. That way, when he returned to the Divine Prefecture, he could do as he pleased and need not be restricted by others. All right, answered Chinyi as he nodded his head. Spirit Mountain was indeed very suitable for cultivating. After they made their decision, their group continued cultivating here. The peaceful mountain seemed to make them forget the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian welcomed his 100th year of life. Before the ancient peak, Yi Futian gazed at the golden sea of clouds. Hua Jieyu sat beside him, accompanying him in silence. It has been 100 years, whispered Hua Jieyu with a smile. Both of them were the same age. They were now 100 years old. 100 years passed by in a flash, replied Yi Futian as he smiled. He recalled the time when they had met in Qingzhou Academy in the city of Qingzhou. It felt like a dream that had lasted for decades. Although it passed in a flash, we have also changed greatly since then, said Hua Jieyu with a smile. The times they spent during their youth in the city of Qingzhou were so happy. Everything had changed since then. They also never imagined that they would spend their 100th year alive on Spirit Mountain, the holy land of Western Heaven. Although we have changed, in the end, we are still together, said Yi Futian in a gentle tone as he hugged Hua Jieyu. Ever since they knew each other, they had been apart longer than they had been together. Fortunately, they were still a couple. They would remain together forever. Responded Hua Jieyu as she nodded her head gently. She leaned into Yi Futian's embrace and closed her eyes. She did not move, seemingly quietly falling asleep. After looking at his lover in his embrace, Yi Futian gazed out to the golden sea of clouds. It was as beautiful as a dream. During his first 100 years of cultivation, he had pursued the peak of the Renhuang Plain. For the next 100 years, he would aim for the peak of cultivation. He also closed his eyes and enjoyed the peace and quiet of the moment. In the distance, Hua Qingqing's beautiful gaze revealed a faint smile as she watched this peaceful scene. She turned around and did not disturb them. She then saw Fang Xiyuan and the others peeping. When they saw Hua Qingqing smiling at them, they quickly scurried away. No one disturbed Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu from enjoying their time together. They watched as the two of them enjoyed this peace that was hard to come by. The golden sea of clouds shone with the light of Buddha. The clouds kept shifting. Waves of rainbow light shone down on Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The scene was like a painting. It was a peaceful sight to behold. This scene lasted for a long while. They seemed detached from the world around them. No matter how the golden clouds shifted, they did not move at all. They seemed to have entered a state of meditative consciousness. A few days later, Hua Qingqing, Chen Yi, and the others looked at the two of them from afar. Someone asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "They are one with nature. They merge with the heavens and the earth," Hua Qingqing explained softly. This is what happens when someone enters the state of meditative consciousness. When a cultivator enters into this state, it's easier for them to achieve enlightenment. Perhaps this is a fateful encounter for them. Chunyi nodded in agreement. The changes in the sea of clouds intensified as the clouds shifted frenziedly. They could faintly sense an aura of the great path flowing in the sky. This caused Chen Yi and Hua Qingqing to reveal a surprised expression. This was a sign. Who was about to break through to the next plane? Was it Yi Futian? Or was it Hua Jieyu? There were howling winds and churning clouds in the sky above Spirit Mountain. A terrifying aura flowed in the air. The golden light of Buddha dispersed, and dull thundering sounds could be heard. The sacred space was covered with a layer of haze. The aura was menacing, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. "It's a divine tribulation," Chunyi mumbled as a glint of surprise flashed past in his eyes. The person who was about to experience a breakthrough was Hua Jieyu. If Yi Futian were experiencing a breakthrough, he would advance to the 9th tier of the Renhuang Plain. There would not be any divine tribulation involved. Only if Hua Jieyu faced a breakthrough would the divine tribulation of the Great Path occur. Yi Futian sensed something. He opened his eyes and took a look at the sky. Joy flashed past his eyes. Hua Jieyu, who was in his embrace, similarly opened her eyes. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, she left his arms. Clearly, both of them were well aware of what was going to happen. Yi Futian thought to himself. He did not expect Jieyu to be the first of them to experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, after recalling Hua Jieyu's experience and fateful encounters, he felt that her advancement was natural. Hua Jieyu had a deeper understanding of the teachings of the great emperor compared to him. Back when she returned to his side in the divine prefecture, she was already at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. Hua Jieyu stepped forward and marched towards the sea of clouds. "Be careful," reminded Yi Futian softly. He had witnessed how Emperor Shi experienced his divine tribulation. The process was perilous. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded her head. She seemed unworried about it. Chun Yi and Hua Qingqing approached them. Blind Tai, Fang Xiyuan, and the rest joined them too. All of them watched as Hua Jieyu walked towards the sea of clouds. Countless people exhausted their lives wanting to experience the divine tribulation and advance to the next level. Yet, they couldn't achieve their goal. Who would have thought that Huajieyu had actually managed to do so after having an enlightenment? Why haven't you broken through to the next plane? Chun Yi asked Futian. Right. Even Masteress is undergoing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Yet Master has yet to advance to the next plane, said Feng Siyuan with a smile. He was teasing his master. Yi Futian revealed a pondering look. Before this, when he was in the state of meditative consciousness, he felt that he had entered into a miraculous realm. With his current ability, he should be able to break through to the next plane. However, he seemed to encounter some hindrance that prohibited him from doing so. Up until now, he had yet to get to the bottom of this problem. Chapter 2491. Tribulation. However, right now, Yi Futian was not in the mood to think about breaking through to the next plane. He was somewhat worried. Although Huajieyu undergoing a tribulation was a good thing, in a sense, doing so was not truly breaking through to the next plane. The current heavenly law did not allow Renhuangs with flawless great paths to continue advancing. Hence, the tribulation of law descended upon them when they attempted to do so. It was extremely dangerous. Conversely, when cultivators without flawless great paths advanced, that was considered truly breaking through to the next plane. They merged with the heavenly law and were even called fake emperors. Yet, in reality, they were far inferior to great emperors. Great emperor-level figures were existences akin to deities in ancient times. Fake emperors could not compare to them. Ordinary fake emperors would have difficulty defeating even a 9th-tier Renhuang with a flawless great path. Back when the original realm went through the crisis, many 9th-tier Renhuangs descended from the divine prefecture. Figures from the original realm at the level of Lord Taixian could not hold a candle to them. The gap between their levels of power was apparent. Yi Futian had witnessed Emperor Shi undergoing his tribulation on Turtle Deity Island. Even with Emperor Shi's ability back then, it was difficult for him to withstand the power of the tribulation, especially the Sword of Law which appeared at the end. Emperor Shi was nearly killed by the Sword of Law. The Black Turtle of Turtle Deity Island appeared in the nick of time and took the terrifying slash on behalf of Emperor Shi. Only then did he manage to pass the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Of course, Huajieyu was different. In Yi Futian's opinion, Huajieyu was not any weaker than Emperor Shi of the past. She was a successor of a great emperor. Moreover, she had a deep understanding of the teachings she received. She also improved a lot while cultivating on Spirit Mountain these past few years. Her comprehension of Buddhist doctrine greatly aided her in her cultivation. Exactly because of the reasons above, Huajieyu had this opportunity to break through the shackles of her current plane. Therefore, even though Yi Futian was slightly worried about her, he was not afraid. Deep down, he believed that Huajieyu could succeed in this divine tribulation of the Great Path. It was just that there was still some risk. The two of them were very close. It was normal for Yi Futian to be worried for her. More and more menacing phenomena appeared in the sky above Spirit Mountain. The light of catastrophe gathered, churned, and roared. It penetrated the light of Buddha, which hovered over Spirit Mountain. Great Buddha-level figures appeared, followed by the sound of Buddha reverberating in the heavens and the earth. Then, the light of Buddha enveloped Spirit Mountain, shielding the entire mountain with a layer of golden shimmer. This caused it not to be harmed by the divine tribulation. Otherwise, Spirit Mountain would be perforated with holes under the power of the divine tribulation. Huajieyu stood at the center of the storm. Her entire body was shining. She was as divine and beautiful as a goddess. The light of catastrophe that gathered penetrated the space. It was as though the end days had arrived and overshadowed the peaceful divinity of Spirit Mountain. Even though Spirit Mountain was enveloped in defensive power, an intense rumbling could be felt on it now. It's unexpected for a cultivator who hasn't cultivated Buddhist superpowers to undergo a tribulation on Spirit Mountain. This is interesting, commented a great Buddha while smiling. Right. This is the first time something like this has occurred, a Buddha responded. At this moment, many divine swords appeared around Huajieyu. All the divine swords were wheezing angrily as they surrounded her. They formed an unlimited domain with her in the center. The light of catastrophe rained down. The tribulation descended on Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu cast a glance at the sky. She was not afraid at all. She pointed a finger upwards. Immediately, countless divine swords appeared and collided head-on with the tribulation. Most of the light of catastrophe was eliminated. However, even so, there was still a myriad of light of catastrophe that landed on her. The light circulated around her body. On the ancient peak, Futian and the others were somewhat nervous. Little Ling held her breath as her crystal-clear eyes stared at the silhouette before her. In her head, she prayed, "Masteress will surely be all right. Rest your worries. There are many great Buddhas on Spirit Mountain. If something were to happen, they could take the divine tribulation of the Great Path head-on," Hua Qingqing said softly to Futian. Futian nodded in agreement. Even though the tribulation was powerful, it was a form of power after all. True top existences could intervene in the power of the tribulation. However, if the situation escalated to that point, Hua Jieyu's cultivation would be affected too. Futian naturally wouldn't want to see that happen. In the sky above, the light of catastrophe stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The horrifying phenomenon caused people's hearts to tremble. Even at his current level, Futian still felt somewhat terrified by it. He believed that if this tribulation were targeted at him, he would feel threatened too. One could imagine the intensity of the attack Hua Jieyu was withstanding now. The heavens shook, and the power of the tribulation constantly descended. Hua Jieyu's clothes fluttered about, and her long, jet-black hair danced frenziedly in the wind. Her entire body seemed to become a divine body as she resisted the corrosion of the power of the tribulation. As time passed, the power of the tribulation showed no signs of weakening at all. Rumble. An even more frightening aura coalesced in the sky. Futian felt that it was somewhat familiar. It was similar to the final attack that Emperor she withstood back then. The heavenly law was delivering its punishment, Futian thought to himself. Last time, Emperor she had to withstand the sword of law. It was an extremely overbearing and sharp punishment. What would Hua Jieyu be facing? Each cultivator would experience a different power of law. The sword of law was a tribulation of law that had extremely overbearing attack power. What kind of power would Hua Jieyu experience? Futian looked up at the sky above. Endless light of catastrophe gathered together. A face faintly appeared over where the light gathered. It seemed to be the face of a woman. It was majestic and domineering. It was filled with endless authority. An astonishing storm of will appeared in the heavens above. The power of law emanated from this storm. Futian and the others felt an intense threat against their spiritual souls. It is the will of the law. It is a psychic attack of will, a Buddha commented as he looked at the face forming in the storm in the sky. Another Buddha commented, "This attack is extremely dangerous." However, for the will of the law to appear when she is undergoing the tribulation means that her psychic abilities are extremely powerful. She is impressive. Rumble. A dull thud could be heard. At that moment, it was as though the entire world fell silent. On Spirit Mountain, many cultivators felt as though their heads were about to explode. Their wills were collapsing, and their spiritual souls were about to shatter. This was especially so for people with low cultivation, such as Fang Xiyuan and the others. They held their heads in their hands as they felt a pang of pain. This power had not even attacked them yet. Futian also sensed a terrifyingly powerful attack. It made his thoughts freeze for a brief moment. However, in just a split second, everything seemed to have ended. When he regained his senses, he saw Hua Jieyu's figure trembling slightly as she stood there. She seemed off balance. His figure dashed over and immediately appeared behind Hua Jieyu as he caught her. Hua Jieyu looked a little frail as she leaned on Futian. However, she had a smile on her face. She raised her head and looked at Futian, saying, "This is the first tribulation. Most likely, she would be capable enough to protect Futian after she experienced the second tribulation." Many of Futian's enemies were cultivators who had undergone the first tribulation. Futian nodded and said, "This is the first tribulation." His eyes glistened with tenderness. He naturally understood why Hua Jieyu trained so hard. She did so because of him. Futian himself also had to break through to the next plane as soon as possible. Chapter 2492. Unable to break through his level? Atop Spirit Mountain, the tribulation clouds dissipated into the skies. As Buddhist light shrouded the glory of Spirit Mountain, everything returned to normal. It was as if everything before this had not happened at all. The Buddhas also left one after another. This incident today was considered rather unusual even for them. There had never been an outsider who came here to overcome the divine tribulations of the Great Path. Yi Futian brought Huajieyu to sit on the ancient mountain. The power of the Great Path of Life encased her and rejuvenated her vitality, causing her body to regenerate quickly. Huajieyu was sitting cross-legged as she stabilized her cultivation levels. Overcoming the divine tribulations depleted a great amount of her spiritual energy. Back then, Emperor, she only managed to withstand this divine tribulation by sacrificing the life of the black tortoise while she powered through it with just her own body. Furthermore, in the end, Huajieyu was faced with a direct attack on her spiritual power by the will of the law, besieging her spiritual soul. It's not difficult to imagine how terrifying of an attack it was. It was even more dangerous than the sword of law. As Blind Tai and Chunyi left quietly, Feng Xiyuan and the others left as well. No one wanted to disturb Yi Futian and Huajieyu's cultivation. After seeing Huajieyu overcome the divine tribulation of the Great Path, they all felt that they should work hard too, so as not to hold them back. Other than them, the golden-winged giant Pongbird was also cultivating earnestly. Although he was once the student of Great Elder Ma Yin, he'd never had the chance to cultivate at Spirit Mountain. This was an opportunity for him, and he was trying his best to seize it, even going to listen to the great Buddhas on Spirit Mountain teach Buddhist scripture. Spirit Mountain was the cultivation ground of the Lord of all Buddhas and the place where various Buddhas sought their paths. Other than the top great Buddhas from their respective regions, there was a significant number of great Buddhas who studied under Buddha elders cultivating at the Spirit Mountain, and they also held Buddhist scripture lectures. The golden-winged great Pongbird Mo Yunzi frequently listened to these great Buddhas' lessons on scripture. As time passed, Yi Futian's group continued to strive and cultivate on the Spirit Mountain, and each of their cultivation levels increased by the day. Several years later, Chunyi had perfected his great path, and his powers evolved after reaching the 9th level of the Renhuang Plain. Even Blind Tai could no longer fight him. The two had sparred on the Spirit Mountain, although Blind Tai also received the inheritance of the Imperial Star at the Starry Cultivation Court, he still couldn't compare to Chunyi. After all, Chunyi received the inheritance from the Bright Temple. Furthermore, he himself was the divine body of light and was born with extraordinary potential. Blind Chen was even willing to die for him to inherit the power of the light. Back then, at the Donghua domain, Chunyi could already fight against Yi Futian. Now, he was far more powerful than back then, so much so that it would be difficult to even make an accurate comparison. On the other hand, for the past few years, Yi Futian felt the most troubled. Somehow, his cultivation was still stuck at the 8th level Renhuang Plain, and he had made no breakthrough. This made him feel rather uncanny, as he couldn't understand why and couldn't find any reason. At this time, many monks sat before a statue of a Buddha on Spirit Mountain. They were all sitting on zaifus and listening in silence. Below the statue of the Buddha, a great Buddha was giving a lecture about Buddhist scripture. This great Buddha was a Buddha in Spirit Mountain and had a deep understanding of the Buddhist doctrine. Yi Futian came to know many of the Buddhist cultivators atop the Spirit Mountains. He was also sitting below, listening to the lecture. After some time, the lecture ended, many Buddhist cultivators started raising questions regarding the scripture, and the great Buddha helped to clarify their doubts one by one. The Buddhas only dispersed when there was no one else asking any more questions. However, Yi Futian sat quietly in his place and didn't leave. "Benefactor Yi, what's the matter?" This great Buddha smiled and asked Yi Futian. He was the Vajra Buddha Lord of the Spirit Mountain and had the deepest understanding of the Vajra Sutra. He was also extremely well versed in the Vajra spell, which Yi Futian learned and cultivated. "I do have something which I wish to seek your advice about, great Buddha," Yi Futian said. "Please tell me," Vajra Buddha Lord said with a smile. "Is it true that Buddhist cultivators could forge the divine wheel with their Buddha pure bodies?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes, indeed," the Vajra Buddha Lord nodded. "In fact, Some Buddha pure bodies are the divine wheel of the great paths. There is no difference. The strength of their Buddha pure bodies is the strength of their divine wheels. The level of their Buddha pure bodies would be the level of their divine wheels, and by extension the plane of cultivation of the Buddhist cultivator? Yi Futian said. Vajra Buddha Lord nodded. He couldn't quite understand what Yi Futian was trying to ask. Are there any Buddhist cultivators who have cultivated their Buddha pure bodies to the ninth plane of the Buddhist path, but their actual cultivation planes lagged behind? Yi Futian continued asking. Vajra Buddha Lord answered, no, you are a cultivator yourself. So of course you understand that the level of one's divine wheel of the great path is equivalent to his cultivation plane. Having any of one's divine wheel of the great path reach the ninth level is the same as reaching the ninth level of the Renhuang plane himself. There are no exceptions? Yi Futian asked. No exceptions. Vajra Buddha Lord shook his head. Thank you, Buddha Lord, for clearing up my queries. Yi Futian put his palms together and bowed. He then excused himself to leave the place. He turned and walked a few steps before his figure just disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had teleported somewhere else. The next instant, he directly appeared at his cultivation place on the ancient peak. How was it? Hua Jie walked to him and asked. Yi Futian shook his head and said, I think the Buddha Lord doesn't know as well. I guess we'll have to just wait for a while and see. Hua Jie nodded. I'll cultivate first, Yi Futian said. Then, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged while his consciousness sank into the Life Palace. Inside the Life Palace, it was as though this was an entirely independent world. The world tree swayed gently as various powers of the great path circled it. The sun and moon hung in the sky, and celestial stars shone magnificently. It looked like a real world. The projection of Yi Futian's consciousness sat before the divine tree. With just a thought, powers of the great path started to conjure and materialize, turning into a divine wheel of the great path. Once the divine wheel of divine elephant appeared, an immense aura of the great path started to emanate from it. Then the Guqin divine wheel appeared as well, while enormous Buddha pure bodies of the Buddhist path materialized behind him. The auras of all of these great paths were tremendously powerful. All of them had reached the ninth level. After cultivating on the Spirit Mountains for many years, he completed his great paths and continuously augmented his great path divine wheels. Now, all of these divine wheels had entered the ninth level one after another, so he should have entered the ninth level Renhuang plane as well. Yet, he had not sensed a breakthrough at all, and continued to stay at the eighth level. Based on the categorization of cultivation planes, as Vajra Buddha Lord said, once the divine wheel entered the ninth level, then the cultivator himself would enter the ninth level as well. Based on that, of course, he would be considered a ninth-level cultivator. However, he didn't feel that he had broken through the eighth plane. Especially when he released his great path aura, Hua Jie also felt that he was still at the eighth plane. This seemed to run contrary to common sense and wasn't congruent to the rules of cultivation. The only possible explanation was that these divine wheels that have broken through to the ninth level were all derived and forged from the life spirits. And these life spirits are essentially nothingness in the first place and could only appear by relying on the world tree. Only the world tree could be truly considered his natal spirit. In some sense, it could even be regarded as the only one. So, could his cultivation level be related to that? Yi Futian closed his eyes, fully focusing on cultivating and perceiving the great path. By now, the only divine wheel that hadn't made the breakthrough was the boundary wheel, which was derived from the world tree. Perhaps that was the reason why he didn't sense the opportunity to break through the eighth level. However, all of his great path powers had reached ninth level strength, and they were all unified as one. So why was he unable to take this final step? This was the part that he couldn't find the answer to. Chapter 2493, A New Path. Inside the Life Palace, the projection of Yi Futian's consciousness stood before the world tree of his natal soul. He seemed to be pondering something. Since he started cultivating, nearly everything revolved around his world tree. By meditating about it, he derived the other sub-life souls. This was only possible with the world tree because this natal soul could accommodate any and everything in this world and provide endless energy for him. For instance, if he devoured the extreme powers of the yin or yang, he could extract them and convert them into his own power. The world tree absorbed all powers in the world, but it also reciprocated Yi Futian with the purest of great path powers. Looking back, without the world tree of his natal soul, none of the other things could have existed. This world tree was a divine tree, and all other life souls and great path powers were the fruits born on this divine tree. Perhaps that was the reason why, even though his other great paths were all nearing perfection and had reached the 9th level, he still wasn't able to actually break through the 8th level. The root cause of all this was because his world tree hadn't evolved to perfection yet. So, what should he do to take this next step and let the world tree transform in order to break through the shackles of his cultivation level? In Yi Futian's impression, he had cultivated for many years. Today, he was more than 100 years old, but this was only the second time that he actually met a bottleneck in his road of cultivation. And this time, it could be a crucial hurdle deciding the rest of his fate. If he couldn't step over it, his road of cultivation could stop here. Actually, Yi Futian was considered rather lucky. There were so many phenomenal individuals from past to present. Every single one of them met all kinds of hindrances and setbacks on their roads of cultivation. On the other hand, Yi Futian's cultivation journey could definitely be said to be smooth sailing. Hua Jieyu was able to make the breakthrough in cultivation before him. However, Hua Jieyu was reborn after death and was lucky to be alive. In some sense, she was no longer the Hua Jieyu from before. She was imbued with the attributes of the Empress and fused with countless incarnations before becoming the person she was today. But Yi Futian was different, as he was still himself in the purest way possible. As the world tree swayed gently, auras of the great paths in various colors flowed around it. Each color seemed to represent a different great path power: Gungjin, Yin, Yang, Life, Lightning, etc. Various great paths, all nearing perfection. They circled the world tree and caused the tree to rustle. It was as though that was its eternal state. Yi Futian pondered, but after much time, he still couldn't fully fathom it. Several months had passed since he sat down. Atop the ancient peak, Yi Futian once again entered the state of meditative consciousness. When he woke up, he appeared extraordinarily tranquil. As the Buddhist light shone on him and the breeze brushed past him, Yi Futian reached out his hand. It was as though he could touch the powers existing throughout the world. The higher the cultivation level, the more one could sense that everything in this world could be used. Yi Futian pointed toward the sky and started to carve characters into thin air. His strokes were carved directly into the void, clear as they could be. These characters contained the power of the path. Below the ancient peak, Blind Tai raised his head slightly to face toward the sky. He could sense the powerful will of the path. From afar, Fang Siyuan and the others also raised their heads in that direction, and he said, "Is that character carved by Master?" It looks like Master's cultivation level had already reached the 9th level, but why didn't he sense the breakthrough? Hua Jieyu and Hua Qingqing walked to the back of Yi Futian. Yi Futian stared into that character. Then, he sighed. With a wave of his hand, the word path disappeared from the sky. Your path has already reached the 9th level, and it far surpasses normal 9th level cultivators, Hua Qingqing said softly. She had restored the memories from her previous life, and was now extraordinary in every sense of the word. Naturally, she could sense that very clearly. Yi Futian's power of the Great Path was already very powerful. It was definitely not at the 8th level. When Hua Jieyu heard Yi Futian sigh, she had already understood that Yi Futian still couldn't solve the conundrum. He was trapped within it and couldn't see through it. She walked to the side of Yi Futian. Her pretty eyes looked toward him and smiled gently without saying anything. This smile was the best consolation for Yi Futian. "Jieyu," Yi Futian held her hand. "I still can't do it. With your learning capacity, there's no way that you can't make the breakthrough. Since the others and I had done it, of course, you can too. Perhaps you haven't understood it fully yet because the path you will take is different from everyone else's. And because of that, this is happening. If your path were as easy as the others, then that would not be you." Hua Jieyu's voice was gentle and tender, perhaps because she also sensed the tinge of frustration in Futian's heart. After all, anyone would be frustrated when faced with such circumstances. Because he was unable to see through it, he couldn't find the path before him. He couldn't even understand it. He was different from everyone else. Futian nodded. He actually had the same feeling as well. He turned to look at Hua Qingqing and said, "This is indeed the path might of a ninth-level cultivator, yet I still can't make the breakthrough. After all, I still have some ways to go in my understanding." Back then, when the Buddha cultivated the Buddhist doctrine, there were ones which he had spent more than 100 years studying yet still failed to understand. One day when he woke up from sleep, and he had an epiphany. It was as though the cloudy skies had cleared out, suddenly allowing him to see the sun. Hua Qingqing continued, "Moreover, this happened more than once. The Buddha elder often studied Buddhist scriptures thousands of times, even copying and dictating them tens of thousands of times, over and over again. Yet, he still couldn't fully understand it. But one day, he just suddenly got it, and the rest is history." Futian seemed to come to a revelation after hearing what Hua Qingqing said. He smiled helplessly. That's indeed how cultivation is, a build-up to one point of completion. Perhaps this is happening because I haven't had any bottlenecks before this. Of course, the difference between the Buddha elder and me is that I don't have too much time. He's not concerned about being stuck at his current level forever. In the first place, there was no such thing as eternity. If he couldn't do it in 1 year, how about 10? If he couldn't do it in 10, how about 100? Back then, the Buddha elder poured his heart and soul into cultivating the Buddhist doctrine. He cared about nothing else, which was why he was known as the ancient Buddha Qingding. Futian respected such a state of mind, but his circumstance was different. The great paths are interconnected, and all laws in the world have something common among them. If you feel frustrated from cultivation, you can try studying Buddhist scripture. Perhaps it will give you a change of pace. Hua Qingqing smiled and said, "There's no need to cultivate the most powerful Buddhist superpowers. All you need to do is to read the Buddhist scriptures, calm your heart, and focus your mind." Futian looked toward Hua Qingqing. She was definitely different from before. She had become wiser. After all, she was the Buddhist lamp that accompanied the Buddha elder for years in cultivation. After years of listening to the Buddha elder's lessons on scripture, she naturally gained great wisdom. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to awaken intellect. "I'll try it out," Futian said as he nodded. Perhaps it would work. At the very least, it could calm his heart. As a matter of fact, over the past few days, his state of mind wasn't as composed as before. "I'll accompany you," Hua Jiyu said with a smile. "All right." Futian nodded. Then, he walked down the ancient peak together with Hua Jiyu and off into another direction. Hopefully, reaching scriptures would be useful for him in finding a way to make the breakthrough. Chapter 2494, A Phantom or a Dream. Futian stopped cultivating in retreat and began to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures. In Spirit Mountain, this holy land of Buddhism, he went to the library every day to read and study Buddhist scriptures. Sometimes, he would also listen to the preaching of other great Buddhas. He didn't even obsess about cultivation anymore and didn't deliberately cling onto the goal of breaking the realm. The study of Buddhist scriptures could indeed quiet a person's mind and allow the person to enter into a wonderful state of mind that was free from any distraction. As Hua Qingqing said, during the Buddha's cultivation once upon a time, sometimes some Buddhist scriptures that could not be understood for hundreds of years would suddenly become so apparent that enlightenment was obtained in a day. Perhaps one day, he would be able to do the same. Time flew by, and it had been more than 10 years since Futian arrived in the Western world. During this time, many stories had taken place in the land of the Divine Prefecture and the land of the original realm, but none of them had anything to do with him. Back then, he was public enemy number 1 in the Divine Prefecture, with many people wanting to kill him. He had no choice but to seal himself inside Ziwei Segmentum. He could not step outside of it. Afterward, while delivering Hua Qingqing to the Western world, he also came for the trials. No matter what happened in the outside world, the Ziwei Segmentum remained the same, becoming a world contained within itself. It had almost cut off all contact with the outside world. This was also a strategy to protect itself in times of turmoil. Here, He was devoted to cultivating and aimed to improve himself as quickly as possible. If he could not elevate his cultivation level, there would be no point for him to return, as he would still be unable to move around at will. Also, there would be nothing but dead ends for him, just the same as before. Donghuang the Great had personally intervened, and the teacher had negotiated for his safety. Since Donghuang the Great did not personally pursue the matter with him, it was precisely for this reason that the teacher would have no way to interfere in the future. Now, everything was dependent on himself. On this day, Yi Futian was reading the scriptures in the library. He was focused and studied in earnest. Not far away, there was a slight rustling noise. Someone was sweeping in the library. Yi Futian didn't pay any attention to it and continued to immerse himself in his own little world. It was not until the monk sweeping in the library walked next to Yi Futian that Yi Futian became aware of his presence. He sat there and looked up with a smile. Grandmaster Bitter Zen. This monk was actually a caretaker by the name of Bitter Zen. Yi Futian had discovered over the years that even though he was already a great Buddha himself and respected by all, Bitter Zen was still responsible for the menial tasks on Spirit Mountain. Benefactor Yi has been hard at work in the study of the scriptures these past years. Have you found any insights? Bitter Zen smiled and inquired, his right hand raised in front of his forehead as a sign of courtesy. The Buddhist scriptures are extensive and profound. Many concepts are obscure and difficult to understand. Although I have read it, it is difficult to truly comprehend, Yi Futian responded with a smile. Among them, the most immediate thought is that while Buddhists cultivated in Buddhism, very few of them have mentioned the cultivation of the way. Are Buddhist methods and the Great Path one and the same? What is the way? Bitter Zen asked. The sun and the moon shine with no one to light them. The stars follow their own patterns with no one to arrange them. Animals self-produce with no one to create them. The wind blows with no one to fan it. Water flows with no one to push it. Plants grow with no one to tend them. The way is rule and order. It is the foundation of all things, Yi Futian responded. What Benefactor Yi said is all true. Therefore, people in the world are in constant contact with the way at all times, and everything is regulated by the way. If so, why does one need to cultivate? Bitter Zen asked. Yi Futian's brows furrowed. He said with a smile, the Grandmaster's question has confounded me. Is the way tangible or intangible? The sun, the moon, and the stars are all considered the way, just like the wind, the fire, the thunder, and the lightning are the way. However, why do you think a cultivator can create all these phenomena directly? Bitter Zen asked again. Yi Futian appeared thoughtful for a moment. He then looked at Bitter Zen and asked, Grandmaster, please elucidate. Ba. Bitter Zen clasped his hands together and replied, how can little monk truly understand the truth of the world? Perhaps this is what they mean by form is emptiness and emptiness is form. Form itself is emptiness, and emptiness itself is form. Yi Futian murmured, and there seemed to be Buddhist scriptures, which had imprinted themselves in his mind, turning into runes of scriptures. Like a tiny drop of dew or a bubble floating in a stream, like a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, an illusion, a phantom, or a dream, so is all conditioned existence to be seen. Yi Futian murmured, remembering a saying in the Buddhist scriptures. After Bitter Zen heard this, he bowed to Yi Futian and said, it is good. From this perspective, Shunjia the Great Emperor has already seen through all things in the world. Yi Futian recalled the words he saw when he inherited the divine body of Shunjia, the Great Emperor once upon a time. There was no such thing as the way in the world. Yi Futian got up and put his hands together in a salute to Bitter Zen, saying, thank you, Grandmaster, for your direction. Little monk didn't really say anything. It was Benefactor Yi yourself who had come to the conclusion, Bitter Zen replied. I will take my leave now. Yi Futian didn't say anything more and politely bid his goodbye as he turned to leave. Bitter Zen clasped his hands together while watching him depart. In truth, he really did not do anything nor said anything. Everything was designed by fate. If Yi Futian had obtained enlightenment, it was only because he was already very close to it. Perhaps there would be another powerful figure emerging from the divine prefecture in the future. In this world, since Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing There had not been anyone else who had proven the way for many years. Who would be the next? Perhaps this was also the pursuit of every top figure. Enter the imperial realm, following in the footsteps of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. After Yi Futian walked out of the library, he disappeared right from where he was and reappeared on the ancient peak. He walked to the edge of the cliff on the peak, looking over the sea of clouds, and closed his eyes. In the world of the Life Palace, Yi Futian looked at the radiant scenery in front of him, the sun and the moon in the sky. The stars, also, were shining brightly. Those who had been cultivating with him had completed the world of the Life Palace, as it was gradually becoming ever closer to reality. But at this moment, only those few words echoed in his mind. There was no such thing as the way in the world, like a tiny drop of dew, or a bubble floating in a stream, like a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, an illusion, a phantom, or a dream. So is all conditioned existence to be seen what was reality? Was all that was in front of him reality? Why did they come into being? Yi Futian watched all this quietly and fell into deep contemplation. The breeze passed him by, and the sun disappeared as if blown away by the wind, followed by the moon and then the stars. Everything in this world seemed to be blown away by the wind. In a blink of an eye, everything had turned into emptiness. In just a few moments, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, and everything ceased to exist. Or rather, it seemed as if nothing had never existed. It was all nothingness, an illusion. The world of the Life Palace seemed to have returned to its origin, and everything was like it was before. In the entire world, only the ancient tree of the world was swaying in the gentle breeze. Some branches and leaves were flying on the swaying tree, drifting towards this world of emptiness. Gradually, the aura of the ancient tree of the world permeated the entire world of the Life Palace, until it was filled with nothing. This aura filled his body through hundreds of meridians, extending throughout all his limbs. In the world of the Life Palace, Yi Futian was observing everything. With a thought, the sun, the moon, and the stars came into being instantly. With just his mind, he seemed to have created a world. He smiled, and he moved his mind again. Everything disappeared once more. It seemed to have proven that Buddhist saying. The Buddhist scriptures were indeed all-encompassing. What great wisdom was imparted by the Buddhas who wrote these scriptures? Yi Futian finally had a sense of completion at this moment as he suddenly passed through the threshold. At this point, he had finally reached the 9th realm in cultivation. The aura of the ancient tree flowed to the outside world. At this moment, above the sky, a terrifying atmosphere was breeding. Yi Futian, who was inside the Life Palace, immediately had a look of caution on his face. Chapter 2495, Different Path. On the ancient peak, Yi Futian opened his eyes and saw the light of Buddha flowing above the firmament. He could perceive that a horrible aura was currently brewing. No. Yi Futian immediately retracted his aura with a thought. In an instant, there was no aura leaking from him, and he was just like any other ordinary person. No sense of the way could be perceived from him at all. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to be someone who had no cultivation whatsoever. At the same time, that terrifying aura that was brewing above the firmament disappeared as well. It manifested in a flash and dissipated just as quickly. It was as if it had never existed before. What's going on? There was a voice from above Spirit Mountain, apparently sensed by other cultivators. At this time, a great Buddha asked, and his voice resounded throughout Spirit Mountain. I don't know. Just now, there seemed to be an aura of tribulation, but it disappeared in an instant. Why is that? A great Buddha replied, somewhat puzzled. Why did that aura only appear for an instant? Was it tribulation? Many great Buddhas released their consciousness and seemed to appear in another place in an instant. Did any of the Buddhas know what happened? Is it someone with powerful Buddhist cultivation here at Spirit Mountain? I don't know, but no one new came, another Buddha responded. They had all felt the aura at that instant, but no one paid any attention to Yi Futian. Even if they did, they would never know that the aura was produced on account of him. After all, that aura was not from Yi Futian but the sky above. Perhaps we need to consult the Buddha lords, another Buddha suggested. Perhaps Someone on the level of Buddha lords would know a little more than they did. However, after that suggestion was made, no Buddha lords on the Spirit Mountain said anything, which puzzled them. Exactly what had happened, but no one associated the event with Futian. After all, his cultivation was only Renhuang in the 8th realm. Even at Renhuang in the 8th realm, a breakthrough of the realm would only be at the 9th realm, stepping into the realm of peak Renhuang, and would in no way have any connection with that terrifying aura. In fact, at this time, Futian, who was on top of the ancient peak, also had a strange look on his face. Was that aura the aura of tribulation? The moment he broke through the realm, he clearly perceived it, and it was an aura that was beyond frightening. It was definitely not any lesser than the divine tribulations that Jieyu and Emperor Shi had experienced previously. Wouldn't this mean that he had ushered in the divine tribulation of the Great Path when he only had to break through the 8th realm, just as he was entering into the 9th realm? If so, this worked against the ironclad rule in cultivation and did not conform to the rules of cultivation. Of course, everything that had ever happened to him was always a little strange. Before, he couldn't break through no matter what he did. But now, with a simple epiphany, he had attracted the divine tribulation. When he retracted his aura, he could no longer perceive the divine tribulation, for it had disappeared again. Cultivators had to go through 3 tribulations when breaking the shackles of Renhuang. Only after the baptism of all 3 divine tribulations could they prove the supremacy of the way, thus achieving the realm of the great emperor. Only then could they be conferred with the title of deity. The existence of tribulation was because the rules of heaven and earth did not allow it. Therefore, the appearance of the divine tribulation was so that the order of the great path would execute those who broke through the realm. If this were the case, then the divine tribulation he had attracted when he broke through the 9th realm would mean that he was no longer permitted by the heavenly path as it currently stood, and that he was going to be sanctioned by the order of the great path. In other words, he was not allowed to step into the 9th realm as it currently stood. Was it for this reason that he had not been able to break through before? What was the reason for all this? How did he offend the heavens? And there was another very crucial question. If he were to survive this divine tribulation of the great path, what realm would he be in? It seemed that he would be embarking on a completely different path from other cultivators. Which path was his path? All of this was yet unknown. He had no idea how strong the divine tribulation would be or what realm he would be in after surviving the divine tribulation of the great path. Perhaps he would only know after he had an exchange with other cultivators. Sure. Futian let out a long breath and glanced at the light of Buddha above the firmament. A quiet smile appeared in his clear eyes. In any case, he had finally taken this step and passed through the bottleneck. Although he would go on to a different path, he had a feeling that this path would be extraordinary. Both Hua Qingqing and Hua Jieyu had arrived. The other Buddhist cultivators on the Spirit Mountain did not make the associations with Futian. Still, Hua Jieyu and Hua Qingqing had accompanied Futian in his cultivation, and they knew Futian's situation the best. Therefore, as soon as they sensed that aura, they rushed over immediately. Watching Futian standing there, it was as if he was one with the world around him, without any fluctuations of aura on his person. He appeared just like any other ordinary person, yet he was part of the scenery before them. It was completely natural. Then they knew that Futian might have broken through the realm because he was now different again. You broke through? Hua Jieyu asked Futian via voice transmission. Yes, I did. Futian smiled while looking at Hua Jieyu. He responded using voice transmission, not using direct communication. Futian had restrained himself without attracting the divine tribulation because he did not want other cultivators on the Spirit Mountain to detect that his cultivation was, in any way, unusual. After all, many Buddhist cultivators and Buddhist sect were hostile towards him. Therefore, it was far better to be a little more cautious to avoid appearing overly shocking or out of the ordinary. He did not know if there were other precedents in the history of attracting the divine tribulation of the Great Path while breaking through to the 9th realm from the 8th. If there were, it might have only been in the legends. If so, he would inevitably attract too much attention again, and the news may even be carried back to the divine prefecture. Therefore, He did not want to be exposed and temporarily suppressed the thought of surviving the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Was that you? Hua Qingqing also asked through voice transmission. He was obviously inquiring about the phenomenon from before. It was me, Yi Futian responded. It seems that it was not too far from what we expected. Your cultivation path is different from all the others, Hua Qingqing responded with a smile. Thanks to your guidance, I have been reading and comprehending Buddhist scriptures in the past few years. Not long ago, I had a conversation with Grandmaster Bitterzen. Only then did I have an epiphany and finally broke through the shackles. Only, I didn't expect it to lead to the divine tribulation. Yi Futian said, You have cultivated with the Buddha himself. Have you ever heard of anyone who had an experience like this? No. Hua Qingqing said, Although Buddhist cultivation is somewhat different from the cultivation of the outside world, surviving the tribulation of the Great Path is the same everywhere. In fact, there is no difference between the cultivation of Buddhism and the cultivation of the Great Path in the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian responded. It's just using a different method to reach the other side, but the Great Paths are all interconnected. In essence, they are still the same. It seems that you have made great progress in comprehending Buddhist scriptures in these years, and your views on cultivation are different. Nonetheless, the ultimate pursuit is indeed the same, Hua Qingqing responded. We should leave, Yi Futian suddenly said, transmitting his voice to both of them at the same time. He had been cultivating in the Western world for more than 10 years. Next, he would have to survive the tribulation, so there was no point in staying in Spirit Mountain any longer. He would now need to look for a place to prepare himself. In Spirit Mountain, if he exposed the slightest of his aura, he may attract the power of the tribulation. By then, everyone else would know. Chapter 2496, Blowing of the Wind. Hua Jieyu and Hua Qingqing both gave a slight nod, but they were a little worried. Yi Futian had been cultivating on Spirit Mountain for all these years, but they had never forgotten that there was still the existence of another threat. In the Western world of Buddhism, Saint Jinshan clearly wanted to kill them. Right now, Saint Jinshan was with the Medicine Buddha Lord, and no one had any information on his current condition. If they were to leave Spirit Mountain, Saint Jinshan would definitely have ways of knowing that. Never mind that Saint Jinshan still had his own power base to support him. As far as the Western world of Buddhism was concerned, many others besides Saint Jinshan held grudges against Yi Futian. Faced with such a significant threat, Yi Futian and the others would naturally have to pay close attention. After all, that was an existence that had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. In the beginning, Yi Futian could not contend with him, even with the divine body of Shunjia, the great emperor. He had to self-destruct the divine body in order to wound his opponent. Even then, he was unable to kill him, which demonstrated just how powerful beings of that level were. Jieyu, Qingqing, you guys leave first. I will cultivate on the Spirit Mountain for a while longer. Once you have left the Western world of Buddhism, I will go and meet you guys then, Yi Futian said. When Hua Jieyu and Hua Qingqing heard what Yi Futian said, they knew his intention immediately. Hua Jieyu frowned slightly. Hua Qingqing had a unique position, so Jinshan would not dare to do anything to her. Moreover, if Yi Futian stayed in Spirit Mountain, Saint Jinshan would definitely not risk doing anything to Hua Qingqing and Hua Jieyu. Neither would those who disapproved of Yi Futian. After all, they still had to consider the Buddha and would not touch the companion who had cultivated with the Lord of all Buddhas. Yi Futian planned to go it alone. Then, the eyes of Saint Jinshan would only focus on him. Saint Jinshan has strong cultivation. How do you plan to deal with him? Hua Jieyu asked. I am a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation. I can help you. However, Yi Futian merely shook his head. Those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path and those in the ninth realm of Renhuang were as distinct as existences in two different worlds. It was the same with those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path and those who had only survived the first divine tribulation, as they were not on the same level either. The gap between the two was considerable. He had clearly felt this gap while he was battling using the divine body. After the peak of Renhunag, one must go through the three tribulations. As divine tribulations, one step was akin to a step into the heavens, and after all three tribulations, one became a deity. Therefore, the gap between these last few realms was the most terrifying. Although Hua Jieyu had survived one divine tribulation of the Great Path, she would not be an adequate opponent when facing Saint Zhenchan, so there was no need for her to risk her life by participating. Don't forget, I have cultivated Buddha's celerity, and I can go anywhere in the world that I wish. I will find a way to get rid of him, replied Futian. But the gap between the realms, Hua Jieyu frowned. Even though Buddha's celerity was one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, the realm gap between Futian and Saint Zhenchan was far too great. It was the kind of gap that couldn't be bridged with the help of the divine body. Although Futian had now entered the 9th realm, the gap remained a chasm in reality. No matter how strong his Buddha's celerity was, it would be difficult for him to escape from his opponent's hands. Jieyu, on this trip to Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven, don't you see that I am a person of great fortune, judging by the attitudes of all the other Buddhas? Moreover, Buddha's celerity, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, had been passed on to me by the Buddha himself, which must have its own significance. The Buddhist superpowers allow one to see into the past and the future. Perhaps the Buddha had foreseen some things that will happen in the future. There is no need for you to worry, Futian replied to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu thought about it carefully and found that what Futian said was reasonable enough. From all of Futian's adventures on Spirit Mountain over the years, one could tell that his fate was definitely extraordinary. However, she still felt uneasy. Go in peace now. I will go and find you again. If it can't be resolved, I will return to Spirit Mountain directly. Futian continued to persuade her, as he also glanced at Hua Qingqing. At the moment, Hua Qingqing said to Hua Jieyu, I have been cultivating with the Buddha for many years. The Buddha's actions have always had deep significance. Nothing would go awry. Hua Jieyu nodded, finally agreeing to Futian's suggestion. She decided to leave first. Afterward, Hua Qingqing did not deliberately bid anybody goodbye. The Buddha was no longer on the Spirit Mountain, but nothing that happened here would escape the Buddha's all-seeing eyes. When their group was about to leave, many great Buddhas appeared, saying loudly and clearly, respectfully sending off the great Buddha. Respectfully sending off the great Buddha. Many voices were heard at the same time, coming from different directions on Spirit Mountain. Hua Qingqing faced Spirit Mountain, bowed slightly, and said, Thanks to all the Buddhas. When I return to Spirit Mountain in the future, I will discuss Buddhism again with all the Buddhas. After that being said, Hua Qingqing turned around, and the group walked onto the back of the golden-winged rock. The rock's wings shook as it suddenly took off into the air, heading outside of the Spirit Mountain. Hua Jieyu, Feng Siyuan, and the others were standing on the back of golden-winged rock and looking at Futian. Master, be careful, little Ling said through voice transmission. She was still a little worried about Futian. But Futian smiled without a care in the world and waved. Now his state of mind was very peaceful. Even if he knew that danger was imminent, he was not disturbed. All the Buddhas on the Spirit Mountain knew why Hua Qingqing and the others decided to leave first. They were guarding against Zhenchan. In the distance, many Buddhist cultivators looked at the ancient peak where Futian was. Their expressions revealed their indifference. It was enough as long as they watched him and made sure Futian did not leave. No one cared too much as far as Hua Qingqing and the others were concerned. When Futian saw the golden-winged rock disappeared into the distance, he continued sitting atop the ancient peak to cultivate, entering into a deep state of meditation as he continued with his cultivation of Buddhist methods. Although he had broken through the realm, the cultivation was helpful to the cultivation of Buddha's celerity. Now that he had stepped into the 9th realm, his Buddha's celebrity was also getting stronger. It was just that he hadn't yet had a chance to really showcase it, even to this day. Outside the library, a plainly dressed monk was sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom, as if he was blended into this scenery and became one with it. This monk was none other than Bitter Zen. When the wind blew, the leaves scattered. Bitter Zen swept them together again and murmured, Buddhism should be a land of purity, but if the hearts are not calm, then the wind will not stop blowing. With that, he raised his head and cast a glance into the distance, sighing secretly in his heart. At this time, in another part of the world, which was also on the pure land of Buddhism, the Vaidurya pure world, where the medicine Buddha Lord resided, In front of a Vedurya pagoda, a cultivator was sitting cross-legged, cultivating quietly, surrounded by the light of Buddha. However, at this moment, the Buddha beads on his neck moved, and a light seemed to appear. It penetrated directly into his brow chakra. This cultivator received a message instantly as he opened his eyes, and a cold ray flashed through them. Did they finally decide to depart? Zhenchan. At this moment, a voice came from the ether. When Saint Zhenchan heard this voice, he was immediately solemn. He clasped hands together and said, Buddha Lord, since your mind has not been made up, go back. That ethereal voice was heard again, which stunned Saint Zhenchan. His eyes focused into the far distance for a moment before he got up and bowed in the direction, saying, Thank you, Buddha Lord. He knew that he should leave now. Chapter 2497. Leaving Spirit Mountain. For several months after Hua Jieyu's departure, Yi Futian had been cultivating Buddhism with great concentration in Spirit Mountain. His aura was not exposed to the outside. He was quietly comprehending the Buddhist scriptures. He seemed to be a natural member of Buddhism. In addition to reading and studying Buddhist scriptures, he also sat in on lectures given by various Buddha lords, completely integrating into the community of Buddhist cultivation in Spirit Mountain. He even forged good relationships with many of the Buddhist cultivators there. Sometimes they would sit together and exchange Buddhist teachings. In short, he was living a very productive life, not at all like someone who was on the run. Saint Zhenchan was also on the Spirit Mountain. He stayed at Spirit Mountain ever since he got back from the Vedurya Pure World. He was also cultivating on an ancient peak, watching Yi Futian closely. Everyone on Spirit Mountain knew the grudge between these two, so Saint Zhenchan dared not do anything to Yi Futian while they were still on Spirit Mountain. He had not had any exchanges with Yi Futian ever since he returned from Vedurya Pure World. But this was precisely the kind of quietude that was even more terrifying. Anyone else other than Yi Futian would probably have trouble eating and sleeping. But Yi Futian himself didn't seem to be bothered. Both of them appeared to be in some very strange impasse, eerily quiet, and neither was affected by the other in the slightest. But everyone on Spirit Mountain knew very well that things were not as harmonious as they appeared. On this day, Yi Futian was listening to a Buddha Lord lecturing at his place of cultivation with other Buddhist cultivators. After the lecture, as usual, there were Buddhist cultivators who asked questions, while others gave thanks and bid farewell. Many thanks to the Buddha Lord. Yi Futian bowed, his hands together, and paid his respect to the Buddha Lord in a seated position. However, as soon as his voice faded, he disappeared from where he was, stunning all the Buddhist cultivators. At this juncture, Yi Futian had been cultivating on Spirit Mountain much more than just a day or two. He had been here for a prolonged period of time, and his habits were well known to other cultivators. Every time he listened to a lecture, he would give thanks, then get up and walk away slowly. Disappearing right off the bat was not a very polite exit. Even that Lord Buddha glanced at the place where Yi Futian was sitting just to make sure. When he saw the empty space, he smiled and put his hands together. Buddha's blessings on benefactor Yi. Obviously, they were all aware that something interesting had happened. The cultivation of Buddha's celerity is truly peculiar. There is no aura, as the disappearance is instantaneous, invisible, undetectable, and completely without warning. Some Buddhist cultivators whispered amongst themselves. No matter how they expanded their consciousness, they could no longer find Yi Futian anywhere on the Spirit Mountain. Saint Zhenchan, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely sharp divine aurora shot out from them as his consciousness spread out and covered the entire Spirit Mountain. He's gone. Saint Zhenchan got up. The light of Buddha shone upon him, as he too disappeared. He wanted to see if Yi Futian, who had cultivated Buddha's celerity, could escape his clutches so easily. Many Buddhist cultivators walked outside and looked into the distance. They wondered if Yi Futian could truly escape from Saint Zhenchan. If not, then there might be nothing but death that awaited him. In the holy land of the Western Heaven, Saint Zhenchan appeared high above the sky and released his consciousness to cover the boundless space. His eyes were terribly frightening as he looked through the Western Heaven. Everything seemed to be within his sight. Countless imageries and infinite faces appeared in his mind, but Yi Futian was not one of them. The entire western heaven was searched and covered, but he still could not find him. What's going on? Saint Jinshan frowned. Yi Futian couldn't have been so fast. Even though Yi Futian had cultivated Buddha's celerity, it was not omnipotent because of the constraints imposed by the limitation of his realm. No one had been able to completely maximize any of the superpowers in spite of their realms. Ultimately, Yi Futian was just a Runhuang in the 8th realm, at least he was, in the eyes of Saint Jinshan. However, he could not find Yi Futian anywhere in the western heaven, which was a little odd. He's not in the western heaven. At this time, a voice was heard in the head of Saint Jinshan, which caused a shudder in his heart. He nodded slightly to the void, at no one in particular. He knew who it was that told him. Except, if Yi Futian was not in the western heaven, then where was he hiding? Still in the spirit mountain. The voice came again, and Saint Jinshan's eyes sharpened. His expression hardened with this knowledge. It seemed that Yi Futian was playing him for a fool. He came here to look for Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was still on the spirit mountain. This was deliberately toying with him. The Buddhist cultivators on Spirit Mountain had discovered that Yi Futian was still there. He was in the library. The library was a place where all telekinetic powers were blocked out and could not be invaded even by divine consciousness. Yi Futian had appeared directly inside the library using Buddha's celerity. Just when there was a lot of chatter on Spirit Mountain, a Buddhist cultivator came out of the library and informed everyone that Yi Futian was there. Even the Buddha Lord, who was lecturing on the scriptures, laughed when he heard that. Even he was fooled by Yi Futian. After a while, Yi Futian slowly came out of the library, holding a few scriptures. He nodded at Bitter's Inn, then walked down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, Saint Jinshan was standing there, waiting. He stared at Yi Futian with an extremely chilly look in his eyes. Yi Futian looked neither left nor right, as if he hadn't seen him at all, and continued to move forward. Do you plan on hiding in Spirit Mountain in the name of cultivation? Saint Jinshan suppressed the anger in his heart and asked indifferently. Yi Futian stopped with his back still facing Saint Jinshan. The two did not look at each other, but Yi Futian said with a smile, Spirit Mountain is the Buddhist holy land, contained profound numbers of Buddhist scriptures, with Buddha lords lecturing and preaching. I plan to cultivate on Spirit Mountain for decades until I have survived 2 divine tribulations. Are you afraid of that? Saint Jinshan's face was dark and gloomy. If Yi Futian was this determined, not leaving Spirit Mountain and continuing to cultivate here, there was nothing he could do. Furthermore, if he really planned on cultivating here until he had survived 2 divine tribulations, by then, would Jinshan even be able to fight him? Yi Futian had forced his way into the Spirit Mountain, while he was yet in the 8th realm when he defeated the Arhat. In the end, it was Grandmaster Bitter Zen who intervened and intercepted Yi Futian. And at the time of that battle, Yi Futian had only cultivated Buddhism less than 100 days. Yi Futian started moving forward again, saying, It was you who wouldn't let go and brought on everything that happened later. I had to destroy the divine body to protect myself. I only escaped after suffering heavy injuries. Remember, it was you who owed me, not the other way around. He didn't look at Saint Jinshan once. The other wanted to kill him. It appeared that Jinshan was the victim, but what really happened back then? Yi Futian was, in fact, the one who was forced into desperation by Saint Jinshan. An item as precious as the divine body of Shunjia, the great emperor, had to be destroyed because of his determination in hunting Yi Futian. Yi Futian himself almost died. Now, Saint Jinshan was the hunter, and Yi Futian, the prey. This was only because Jinshan was stronger. If the situation were reversed, then it would be Yi Futian who was hunting Saint Jinshan instead. Saint Jinshan didn't bother to say another word. In a flash, he was gone. He had returned to where he was before. Yi Futian's words had no effect and did not cause him to let down his guard. On the contrary, from this day forward, he kept even closer tabs on Yi Futian. His murderous intent was even stronger, and the desire to kill was more fervent than before. He must kill Yi Futian at all cost. After that, Yi Futian often used Buddha's celerity all over Spirit Mountain, appeared in the library from time to time in this manner, so that Jinshan had to investigate every time. Later, there were several other Buddhist cultivators who were in the habit of reading and studying Buddhist scriptures in the library. Yi Futian understood what was going on, but he didn't care. After a few months, Tianyin Buddha Lord came to Spirit Mountain and saw that Shunyin Buddha Lord was also around and invited him for a game of chess. Shunyin Buddha Lord did not refuse and played chess with Tianyin Buddha Lord. In a blink of an eye, a few days had passed. On this day, Yi Futian appeared in the library again. As usual, he was reading the scriptures on the first floor. At this time, Bitter Zen had found those Buddhist cultivators in the library and asked them to help with cleaning up the library. Since these cultivators had gotten to know Bitter Zen rather well, and on account that he had asked for their help personally, they felt they could not refuse. Therefore, they followed Bitter Zen around to clean up the library. After they finished cleaning, they discovered that Yi Futian was no longer inside the library and vaguely sensed something was not quite right. As usual, they instilled a telekinesis force into a jade slip. Saint Shinshan, who was cultivating on Spirit Mountain, received the news in an instant. His divine consciousness covered all of Spirit Mountain, but he could not find any trace of Yi Futian. When did he leave? He asked. I don't know. Grandmaster Bitter Zen had asked me to help clean up the library, the voice answered. Saint Shinshan looked exceedingly apathetic. He simply replied, Idiot. Every time Yi Futian left the library, the people inside would inform Saint Shinshan so that he could locate Yi Futian outside the library. It was precisely to prevent losing track of him once he left the library. Buddha's celerity was an incredible superpower that he had to take measures to guard against. Could Grandmaster Bitter Zen be in cahoots with Yi Futian? Yi Futian left. Saint Shinshan sent a message to someone else. His figure was gone in a flash. He left Spirit Mountain immediately and headed towards the Western Heaven. Shunyin Buddha Lord, who was playing chess with Tianyin Buddha Lord, received a message from Bitter Zen. The chess piece in his hand had not yet been placed, as he looked up at the smiling Tianyin Buddha Lord and understood something. Shunyin, why haven't you made your move yet? Tianyin Buddha Lord asked. Just a minute. Shunyin Buddha Lord turned his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes just now had become extremely terrifying, but in the next moment, the light of Buddha shrouded this entire space. As Tianyin Buddha Lord said, Shunyin, if you want to play chess, then focus on it. If you are distracted, I am afraid you will lose again. His heavenly eyes blocked. Shunyin Buddha Lord now looked at the Tianyin Buddha Lord and asked, Why are you helping him? Even the Buddha has said that he is a person who is predestined in Buddhism. This matter is between him and Zhanshan. Why do you interject yourself between them? Tianyin Buddha Lord said. Aren't you interjecting? Shunyin Buddha Lord asked rhetorically. I don't want you to interject, that's all. Once they are outside of Spirit Mountain, I don't care about what goes on between him and Zhanshan, Tianyin Buddha Lord continued. As a strange look flashed through Shunyin Buddha Lord's eyes, he lowered his head and glanced at the chessboard before he made his move. He said, Even if I don't intervene, can he escape from Zhanshan? That's his business. Everything has its own cause and effect. Why should we cling to this? Tianyin Buddha Lord said, Isn't it much better to play chess with peace of mind? Right. Shunyin Buddha Lord didn't say anything, but settled down to play chess in peace without further distraction. If Saint Zhanshan, as someone who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, could not take down a latecomer like Yi Futian, then he had truly squandered these many years cultivating in vain. Many people on Spirit Mountain felt that Yi Futian had a destiny in Buddhism. His fortune had been great, and many of them wanted to see just how great this fortune of Yi Futian's might be. Chapter 2498, Mysterious Cultivator in Tribulation. In Western Heaven, the telekinetic power of Saint Zhinshan shrouded the entire sacred land of the Western Heaven, but Yi Futian could no longer be found. This time was different from last time. Last time he was fooled by Yi Futian, who did not leave Spirit Mountain at all. However, this time Yi Futian may have already left Western Heaven for all he knew. He took advantage of reading Buddhist scriptures inside the library and escaped. Grandmaster Bitter Zen helped him by detaining the Buddhist cultivators who were supposed to be watching him and bought Yi Futian some time to get away from the sacred land of the Western Heaven. Did he really find an opportunity to escape? Saint Zhanshan had a horrible look on his face. The light of Buddha radiated upon his body as he disappeared directly from where he was. Its speed was extremely fast, and he reappeared in a very remote location in an instant. Western Heaven was a holy land of the Western world, claimed to be the highest heaven in the Western world of Buddhism. In fact, its territory was not so vast. The center of this world of Buddhism could only be reached after crossing the Golden Sea of Clouds. It was so far away that it could not be reached by anyone who was not powerful, as this was the ultimate holy land. But compared to other worlds in the world of Buddhism, the Western Heaven was like an infinite and stalwart ancient city of Buddhism. This was the reason why Futian was able to leave the Western Heaven in such a short time. At this time, he appeared in other worlds and was walking on the ground. Between thoughts, he disappeared from where he was only to reappear in another city. After another step, he disappeared without a trace again, moving on to yet another city. In some places, some passers-by were stunned when they saw him disappear into thin air and thought that they were mistaken. Some even began to doubt their own cultivation. It was impossible for cultivators to see anything by mistake. Still, that disappearing figure clearly had not released any aura, and there was no fluctuation in the power of the space great path. But Futian didn't consider any of that. In each step, he reached a different city. One second he was on the streets of an ancient city, and the next, he might appear in a wasteland. Yet, in another moment, he might find himself at sea again. The sceneries were constantly changing, and even Futian himself had no idea where he was. The characteristic of Buddha's celerity was that there was no fixed law to abide, and one could do exactly as one wished. Following Futian, Saint Xinshan was doing the same thing. His divine consciousness was covering the boundless and infinite space, searching for any trace of Futian. However, because he was a step behind, he never found him, as if the other had disappeared into thin air. Saint Xinshan was in a foul mood. After waiting and guarding for so long, did he really allow Futian to escape because of such a small oversight? Where will he go? Saint Xinshan wondered in his heart and considered all the possibilities in his head. Other than tracking him, he must also forecast where Futian was heading to increase the likelihood of finding him. Leave the Western world of Buddhism, go out of the realm, and return to the divine prefecture. A thought appeared in Saint Xinshan's mind. Then, with the light of Buddha shining, he continued moving forward. He couldn't believe that Futian's celerity would be faster. There was such a significant gap in realm between the two of them. Even one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism could not possibly bridge such a wide gap. Saint Xinshan moved towards a certain direction, but could find no trace of Futian along the way. How difficult was it to find someone who one had no idea where he went, especially when this was someone who's an expert in Buddha's celerity. No doubt, this whole exercise was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Futian did not stop for a moment, though he seemed to be walking, raising a foot on the bluestone street, and when that foot fell, he was on a mountain peak, facing the sun. When he raised his foot again, he was in a snowy field, with a flurry of snow everywhere. He passed through many different heavens and countless cities in the Western world of Buddhism. On this day, he seemed to have arrived in 6 Desires Heaven once again. Walking in 6 Desires Heaven now, he didn't seem to be in such a hurry. After so many days, he reckoned he should have already gotten rid of Saint Xinshan by now, and the other couldn't find him. Clearly, Futian understood that all of this was only possible with the help of Grandmaster Bitter Zen and the cleverness of Buddha's celerity. In 6 Desires Heaven, a domain of path destruction lay across the sky, covering an endless area. Futian appeared below this domain of path destruction and raised his head to look up. There were many cultivators up there, trying to comprehend the power within this domain of path destruction. However, Futian knew that they wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. This was the domain created by the explosion of Shunjia, the great emperor's divine body. Futian sighed secretly in his heart. That was the divine body, destroyed like this all because of the continued persecution of Saint Xinshan. After a brief reflection, Futian continued to move on. He took a step and disappeared right away. Somewhere high above the firmament, Futian's aura unleashed, and the sky above changed suddenly. A terrifying atmosphere of tribulation gathered and brewing. In the area above 6 Desires Heaven, the great path roared, and tribulation was gestating. After fleeing for so long, Futian finally wanted to respond to the tribulation. He had long had this thought even when he was still on Spirit Mountain, but he had not tried it until now. This was something he had been thinking about for a long time. At this time, Futian was wrapped up in the will of the Great Path, as if he was in nothingness. Countless cultivators in Six Desires Heaven looked up at the sky, and their hearts were greatly horrified. Was someone experiencing divine tribulation in Six Desires Heaven? After the storm that ripped apart Six Desires Heaven once upon a time, the palace lord of the Six Desires Heavenly Palace perished, and there were very few cultivators in Six Desires Heaven who were qualified to experience divine tribulation. Now, was someone about to? This aura of tribulation was terrifying. Above the firmament, there was a rainbow light of catastrophe from the Great Path, and a powerful will of rule descended, locking onto Futian physically. What is this? Futian's heart palpitated. He had seen divine tribulation twice before, once with Emperor Shi and once with Jeyu. However, the tribulation that he saw at the moment was different from the previous two. This was a colorful divine tribulation. It's a different elemental order of the Great Path, Futian secretly exclaimed in his heart. However, in his perception, this aura was so frightening that he seemed to have been locked in by the heavenly path, and that aura seemed to aim to kill him. He had only broken through from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. Why was the power of his divine tribulation so terrifying? Futian stepped into the void, disappeared from the place he was before. However, the tribulation above the sky had covered an infinite area. Even if he moved about using Buddha's celerity, he could not dodge the lock on his body, and he could not shake the power of the tribulation. A divine light descended, like the order of the Great Path, landing it squarely on Futian by locking onto him. Futian's entire body was as bright as a divine body of the Great Path, but the moment when the light of catastrophe fell, he felt as if his body was penetrated, and all the meridians in his body were shaken, his blood tumbling and roaring within him. With a muffled groan, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Furthermore, the power of the divine tribulation still remained in his body, raging as if it was another kind of baptism. Futian moved a thought, and his aura instantly retracted. Then he disappeared from the place he was. The horrific power that was gestating above the sky could find no target to attack suddenly, raging indiscriminately, as if it was alive. After not being able to find a target, it then gradually dissipated. When everything in the void was restored again, countless people gathered in this space under the firmament. Among them, many Ranhuang-level cultivators stared dumbly at all that had happened. What's going on? Someone asked, puzzled, and didn't understand what was happening. Just now, was that some top cultivator experiencing divine tribulation? However, how could there be anyone who experienced the divine tribulation in this manner? Everything disappeared before it was completed. They had never heard of anything like this before. Aside from them, Futian himself couldn't understand it either. Not only was his realm different from everyone else when he experienced the tribulation, but the manner in which he was experiencing was also exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, the power of divine tribulation terrified him. At this time, he had only experienced the tribulation once and was already injured by it. However, his physique was extremely tyrannical, tempered by the divine body of Shunjia, the great emperor. Even so, he was wounded, and all of his internal organs were severely injured. He was sure that the divine tribulations encountered by Emperor Shi and Hua Jieyu were not so powerful as this. His current realm strength would only be that much stronger than Emperor Shi and Hua Jieyu when they had experienced their share of the tribulation. This was enough to demonstrate the awesome power of divine tribulation. Although he was injured, he did not dither. Buddha's celerity had allowed him to cross the void at will. In this way, no one would know that he was experiencing the divine tribulation, and no one would associate it with him. After he got far away from the place where he had experienced the tribulation, Futian found a place to cultivate and recover the trauma caused by the tribulation. He would continue with his journey once he had recovered. On this day, in Yima Heaven, something had occurred, similar to what had happened at Six Desires Heaven. There was a mysterious cultivator experiencing divine tribulation, but still just that one time. And then the mysterious cultivator disappeared without a trace. What was even more strange was that the same thing happened in different areas every once in a while, causing growing concern. Countless people were talking and speculating about this mysterious person in tribulation, and surmised that it ought to be the same person in all these instances. However, why would anyone experience the divine tribulation in such a weird way? Moreover, all at different locations. Could divine tribulation be happening based on chosen time and place? What kind of a cultivator was that? They could have never known that Futian himself was very puzzled as well. The power of the divine tribulation was too strong, and he could only slowly adjusting and digesting. Otherwise, if he allowed a complete divine tribulation to come down upon him, he was not sure whether he could bear it at all. Chapter 2499. The Encounter. At this time in Six Desires Heaven, inside the domain of path obliteration, was a person sitting cross-legged. He was clad in all white and with a head of white hair. It was Futian. And above the firmament, the incomparable rainbow divine tribulation was gathering, and it was incredibly terrifying. Obviously, it was Futian who had brought on the divine tribulation. Futian had been experiencing the tribulation for several months by this time, repeating the tribulation again and again, adapting to its power. At the same time, he was constantly tempering his own body, making himself stronger each time. At this point, he was in a very delicate state. He had already survived most of the tribulation, and more than once. However, he had not completed the divine tribulation in its truest sense. This time, he had made the final preparation and was ready to take on the full and complete divine tribulation, as he had now adapted to the strength of the divine tribulation. Although he had not experienced the final law of the great path, this domain of path obliteration ought to weaken the power of the divine tribulation, as all paths were obliterated within this domain. He intended to use the domain of path obliteration to guard against any unforeseen events. Sitting in the middle of the domain of path obliteration, Futian was radiant all over, surrounded by divine light. His temperament had changed somewhat compared to before. The aura on his body was even more potent. Above the firmament, rainbow divine tribulation was converging and covering the entire city, shrouding the infinite area of the Six Desires Heaven. What they were seeing before them was enough to send all the cultivators around the domain of path obliteration fleeing, and they dared not approach any closer. The power of destruction and its aftermath were enough to kill them on the periphery and destroy everything in this domain. This is so powerful. Who is this mysterious cultivator? Ren Huang, who had avoided this area, now looked beyond the firmament and saw that the power of the rainbow divine tribulation was terrifying. Even when they had gotten far away from the center of the divine tribulation, they could still feel the suppression of its divine might, and there was a terrible sense of oppression. The rainbow divine tribulation above the firmament descended and went through the domain of path obliteration. In this domain, the force of the tribulation had indeed been weakened. Then, it fell on Futian. However, Futian was no longer the person he was once. He sat quietly, cross-legged, allowing the divine tribulation to baptize him without wavering in the slightest. He had already endured the brunt of the divine tribulation many times, and every time it was a repeat, so now it no longer posed a threat to him. The first time was the most ruthless, causing him to suffer serious injuries. However, his strength had been transformed so much that his power was equivalent to the level after divine tribulation. Can all this be endured? The cultivators in the distance thought to themselves. However, they saw the divine tribulation came down again and again, but there was no movement inside the domain of path obliteration. It was as if that mysterious cultivator was calmly welcoming the divine tribulation. As time went by, above the firmament, the cloud of tribulation pressing down low in the sky, creating a scene of the apocalypse. There was a terrifying storm gathering in the center of the cloud of tribulation, where there seemed to be a figure appearing. This is... Futian raised his head to look at the heavens through the domain of path obliteration. In the center of that destructive storm in the sky, he saw a figure, like that of a deity. When Hua Jieyu was experiencing her tribulation, Futian had also seen a phantom, but it was not as real as the one in front of him. Hua Jieyu was facing the tribulation of law, but at this moment, this figure in front of him seemed to be a spirit born out of the divine tribulation. It looked like a real living body, the divine tribulation personified. This, Yi Futian had learned about divine tribulations before, but what was this before his eyes? It seemed not to belong to any category of law, but Yi Futian did feel a very strong sense of threat. It seemed as if it could take his life. The divine tribulation would not allow him to exist in this world. Yi Futian clasped his hands together, and the light of Buddha was suddenly set ablaze. He was brightly shining through the sky as his divine body was flowing. The surrounding domain of path obliteration seemed to be affected as the power of path obliteration converged upon his physical form. At the same time, he had cast the Akalanatha battle form, the Mahavarakana battle form, and the Void battle form. At this moment, the Buddhas were all around him, and he seemed to have incarnated as a real great Buddha so that the entire domain of path obliteration was shining with the most brilliant light of Buddha. "It's a great Buddha!" the cultivator from afar exclaimed when they saw the light of Buddha lit up inside the domain of path obliteration. Well, it is indeed a Buddhist cultivator whose method was profound. He must be a descendant of a top Buddha lord in Western heaven. Only the descendants of the top Buddha lords in the Western heaven would possess such talents. But this great Buddha is extremely low-key and loathes being revealed in front of the others. He came here to experience the tribulation probably because he wanted to leverage this domain of path obliteration. His tribulation is far too horrific. Many cultivators talked amongst themselves. They had all mistaken Yi Futian for some great Buddha from the Western heaven. Above the sky, the figure that appeared looked down. At a glance, he saw the light of catastrophe everywhere, penetrating the space. He pointed to the area below, firmly locking onto Yi Futian's body. A straightforward light appeared between heaven and earth. The domain of path obliteration could not stop the power emitted from this finger as it penetrated through directly. The terrific attack fell on Yi Futian's defense as all the Buddhas were shattered and pulverized. The battle forms began to crack, then fell apart in pieces. This finger ignored everything and hit the final defense that was the Akalanatha battle form. Boom! Yi Futian's body was knocked back, and that finger penetrated his body, as well as his divine consciousness, and penetrated the domain of path obliteration. Boom! There was another loud bang. Yi Futian was shot down from the domain of path obliteration to the ground instantly. Even the ground was punched through. The terrifying light of catastrophe above the firmament fell down with it, and everything below was integrating and collapsing, turning into ruins. The cultivator in the distance felt a violent tremor in their hearts. Was this world-destroying power really a tribulation that was meant to test the cultivator? This was not a test but destruction, a bona fide destruction that would not allow his continued existence. Will that great Buddha fall under the tribulation? Everyone's heart palpitated as they looked at the ground that was punched through. The destructive cloud of tribulation that hovered above the sky gradually dissipated, and the figure disappeared as well. Soon, a light appeared, and everything returned to normal, bathing under the light. Everyone felt the oppression just now had entirely disappeared in an instant. Many shadows flickered, looking towards the place where Yi Futian had fallen. At the same time, countless divine consciousness swept over that way and penetrated into the ground. No one. Some cultivators looked quite shocked. There was no one in the ground that was punched through. The hearts of many palpitated. Could it be that that mighty great Buddha, who was experiencing the divine tribulation, had perished like this? His soul and spirit dispersed under the divine tribulation, and nothing was left of him? Under that frightening power that could destroy the world, such possibility existed. Did he perish? Someone whispered. Probably. Unfortunately, we don't even know who he was, someone added. The power was great. It must have been a great Buddha. What a pity to perish under the tribulation. Between heaven and earth, there were sighs and exclamations. All these people were feeling sorry for the fall of a potentially powerful figure. Such a great Buddha should not perish here like this. They had never heard of, nor had they ever seen a divine tribulation such as this. A month later, Many powerful cultivators came to Six Desires Heaven to investigate the matter of the divine tribulation. The cultivators from the Western world of Buddhism were also among those who came to investigate. That divine tribulation had caused a great sensation. People at this level must be the existence of genius talents in Buddhism. However, there had not been anyone at this level in the Buddhist sect who had recently experienced divine tribulation, nor had any of them perish. So, who was it exactly? Still, no one thought of Futian. After all, his realm was still quite far away from experiencing divine tribulation. No one could have known that he would be ready for the divine tribulation just as he entered the ninth realm. In Six Desires Heaven, before the domain of path obliteration, a man appeared, and it was Saint Junshan. In the beginning, they came to Six Desires Heaven to intercept and kill Futian, and it was here that he was gravely injured by Futian using the divine body. Everyone from Junshan Temple had fallen here in this domain of path obliteration, except for him. He also heard that there was a mysterious cultivator not long ago who was experiencing divine tribulation in this domain of path obliteration. Vaguely, he felt something was not right, but he didn't associate the phenomenon with Futian. Even if Futian had broken into the ninth realm, he was still a long way away from divine tribulation. Then, who was the Buddhist cultivator that was experiencing the tribulation here? And it was said that the person failed and fell under the tribulation. He glanced coldly at the domain of path obliteration in front of him, and his murderous intent toward Futian was a little stronger. However, until now, he had not found a trace of Futian. Perhaps he had really left already. Even so, he would continue to hunt him down. The divine consciousness of Saint Junshan covered this boundless space as his gaze swept through the empty space below. At this moment, Saint Junshan was stunned with a strange look on his face. In the area that was scanned by his divine consciousness, countless faces appeared. Inside a city, a figure in white was walking quietly on the street, appearing careless and at ease. This man in white had a head of silvery white hair. He was handsome, with a devil-may-care attitude, full of unrestrained spirits. It was none other than Futian. It was all so effortless. Just as he was searching for Futian everywhere, here he was, right in front of him. In a direction far away, Futian also seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced in the distance. He knew that Saint Junshan had arrived. There was a smile on Saint Junshan's face, but it was an icy smile. This time, he wanted to see just how Futian would escape. As soon as he took a step, Saint Junshan disappeared from where he was. However, at the same moment he took that step, Futian had also disappeared. Chapter 2500, The Colorless Sea. The two of them were very far apart, but Saint Junshan's divine consciousness had locked onto Futian. However, when he attempted to press down with the might of the way, Futian disappeared instantly. It was far too fast. Buddha's celerity was free to move around in an instant. Although Saint Junshan's cultivation was higher than Futian's, he could not detain Futian with the might of the way. Can't lock onto him. Saint Junshan traveled at a speed fast to the extreme. But every time he shortened the distance between them, Futian would disappear so that he could not put a lock on him. He was also a cultivator of Buddhism. Even though Futian had cultivated Buddha's celerity, why was he so powerful? His speed was unable to close the distance between them. The two of them entangled in a mad chase, but no cultivators in Six Desires Heavens had discovered that two powerful figures were constantly moving. Futian looked indifferent at the moment, merely taking one step at a time in the void, completely unpredictable. Even though he was discovered by Saint Junshan, he didn't seem to panic. After surviving the divine tribulation last time, everyone in Six Desires Heaven thought he died under the divine tribulation and that his soul and spirit had been scattered into nothingness. In fact, the terrifying divine tribulation did cause terrible trauma to him, almost costing him his life. When he was pierced through by the tribulation, he disappeared using Buddha's celerity and ended up in a barren land in Six Desires Heaven. He passed out for a long time before gradually recovered. That time was indeed very critical. He did not expect that the final blow of the divine tribulation would be so horrific, or he would not have so quickly taken on the divine tribulation as he did. If he did not have a superpower like Buddha's celerity, he would not have gotten away. It would be a total disaster if he were impacted by the divine tribulation and passed out where he was. Many times he had been through the tribulation, he still underestimated the horror of it. However, after the baptism of the divine tribulation, he had now completed his transformation. Because of this, Futian did not leave Six Desires Heaven. He would have already left if he wanted to go, and Saint Zhenshan would not see him. The light of Buddha that emitted from Saint Zhenshan, who was chasing Futian, was frightening. With a turning of his thought, the divine might of the Great Path descended and blasted on the location where Futian was, but Futian had already disappeared. Saint Zhenshan had no way of knowing where Futian would appear in the next moment. He had tried many times to attack, but they were all useless. Buddha's celerity gave no reaction time, moving instantly in real time. But Saint Zhenshan's attack needed time to set up. Although it only took a moment for the might of Wei to descend, that short moment was still no comparison to the speed of Buddha's celerity. Needless to say, this enraged Saint Zhenshan greatly, but there was not much he could do except continue the chase. The two passed through cities and crossed mountain ranges and layers upon layers of heavens, from Six Desires Heaven to Yema Heaven and then on to Liberty Heaven. But Saint Zhenshan was unable to catch him. However, he did not give up, still watching Futian intently. It was as if he had vowed not to give up until he had killed Futian. Even if that meant chasing him outside of the Western world of Buddhism, he would persist. Futian was amazed that a figure at the level of Saint Zhenshan could be so ruthless when he wanted to. Anyone else would have lost the patience long ago and gave up, but he was still hot on his trail. But Futian didn't mind the continued pursuit and kept moving forward. After having survived the divine tribulation, Futian had no idea what realm he was in right now. He had clearly just broken through into the 9th realm of Renhuang, but he had also survived the divine tribulation. So, was he now in the 9th realm of Renhuang, or a cultivator who had survived divine tribulation of the Great Path? Strictly speaking, and on account of realm, he had just broken through the 9th realm, so he should belong in the 9th realm of Renhuang. But because he had experienced divine tribulation at this realm, his combat effectiveness would exceed that of the Renhuang in the 9th realm. Although he had just broken through the 9th realm not long ago, Futian was confident that he was invincible in the realm of Renhuang. He was confident that he could defeat top genius talents in all the worlds, even someone like Grandmaster Bitterzen. After all, he survived the divine tribulation at the 9th realm, unless he encountered someone as strange as himself. But perhaps the world did not have another person like this. Of course, it may be that he hadn't seen everything that there was to see. At present, it seemed that he had never heard of something like that. The two continued to travel through the void without any intention of stopping. Futian's silver hair was flying in the wind, as carefree as the clouds and the breeze. They passed through a sea of clouds and entered another world. This caused Saint Zhenshan to show a look of concern. Futian continued fleeing and had reached the colorless heaven. How much longer can you run? A voice came through the air and landed in Futian's ears. An ordinary voice could not possibly reach Futian, as the speed they were moving at was faster than the speed of sound. But Saint Zhenshan used his divine consciousness to carry the voice and directly transmit it into Futian's ears. Saint Zhenshan, you were severely wounded by me years ago, and now you can't even catch up. You can't do a thing to me. In a few years, how do you think it will all end? Futian responded, which only made Saint Zhenshan look even colder. He said, do you think you can escape? His realm was far higher than that of Futian. Even though Futian relied on Buddha's celerity to maintain the same speed as him, he would inevitably encounter some accidents after a prolonged period of chasing. He didn't think Futian's ability to deal with unforeseeable accidents would be better than him. If Futian made a small mistake, he would die so horribly with no place to bury his carcass. This time, he would not allow Futian to escape. The two of them flickered their way through the colorless heaven. In this world, few people traveled. It seemed as if there were very few cultivators here. The colorless heaven possessed a special status in the Western world of Buddhism. It was one of the several highest heavens. The Western heaven was the place where the Buddha cultivated and was considered a holy land. The colorless heaven was the cultivation heaven used by great Buddhas whenever they were proving the way. Those Buddhist cultivators whose cultivation was not on par couldn't get to the colorless heaven. Therefore, there were not many people who cultivated in the colorless heaven. But this was in no way hindering the two major cultivators who were engaged in hot pursuit. Futian was moving in front, while Saint Jinshan was chasing from behind. He dared not relax even just a little. As soon as his divine consciousness drifted off of Futian, there might be a chance that he would be thrown off by Futian. This chase seemed to have no end. Saint Jinshan frowned at this moment. Colorless heaven held a slightly special position in the world of Buddhism. Here, there was some hermit type of great Buddhas. If they were disturbed and interfered with, it would potentially be a little troublesome. He did not expect Futian to flee to this place. At this time, both of them appeared above a boundless coast region. Above this coastal region, there was a sacred light of Buddha. As this light sprinkled all over the surface of the sea, this coastal region appeared incredibly unusual. Saint Jinshan could clearly perceive the mysterious aura that existed in this coastal region, which was very ancient. The expression on his face changed slightly as if he knew where he was. Futian had actually taken him to the sacred place of Buddhism, the colorless sea. "It's your funeral." Saint Jinshan looked into the distance. In the far distance, Futian was also in this colorless sea. He didn't seem to have realized just where he was. Was Futian really unaware of the place? While he was at Spirit Mountain, he spent many days in the library, reading and studying Buddhist scriptures and ancient volumes to understanding everything about Buddhism. How could he not know what place was the colorless sea? Chapter 2501. The Legend. In the ancient Buddhist text, there was an account of a major event that occurred in the Western world of Buddhism 5,000 years ago. Once, there was a talented genius in the Western world of Buddhism who sought the Buddha with all his heart and soul. His piety and his extraordinary understanding of Buddhist doctrines helped sped up his cultivation. He became a respected great Buddha at a young age, only a step away from the Buddha himself. He gave up his physical body to cultivate in the colorless realm, and his spirit wandered around all the worlds of Buddhism in observation of all living beings. However, he became mired in the trappings of demonic thoughts and was unable to extricate himself from them. He believed that all beings were ignorant and selfish, and everything they did was to profit themselves. Even the Buddhists around him were seeking laurels of merits under the guise of compassion. When he was confronted with the nature of men, his faith disintegrated and eventually collapsed. He lost all hopes in human nature, and he began to doubt even the Buddhist doctrines he believed in once. Perhaps it was because he was too gifted and too young, which led to his ultimate demise. Over time, his heart turned to destruction, and his thoughts turned to evil doings. As a result, he annihilated countless living creatures. When all the Buddhist cultivators came to stop him, he did not quit but started a killing spree. For a time, the world of Buddhism was ravaged by a storm of blood and gore. Finally, all the Buddhas descended and fought him in the colorless sea. In that battle, the Buddhist sect dispatched 108 great Buddhas in total to take him down, an awesome group to represent the power of Buddhism. None of these 108 great Buddhas ever left the colorless sea. They merged their will into the colorless sea and were only then able to seal that peerless talent underneath the colorless sea. To this day, 5,000 years later, the powerful will of these great Buddhas remained within this colorless sea. Those in the world of Buddhism claimed that these Buddhas had not died, but were merely continuing their cultivation in the colorless sea. There was such a legend attached to the colorless sea, as it held a special place in all of the colorless realm. How could Futian not know about the colorless sea after his extensive studies of the scriptures? As he stepped into the depths of the colorless sea, he felt inexplicable coercion came from the colorless sea, that even the Buddha's celerity was somewhat impeded. He found that he couldn't go wherever he wanted to as before. But he was not the only one who felt the restriction. Even someone as powerful as Saint Jinshan felt his divine consciousness had been suppressed, and his speed also slowed down involuntarily. However, he was still locked firmly onto Futian, refusing to let him go. He would not stop until Futian was killed. At this time, Futian halted and did not proceed to move further forward. His body was floating in the sky above the colorless sea. After seeing that Futian had stopped, Saint Jinshan felt it was a little odd. Nonetheless, after a moment, he had also arrived and appeared above Futian. He lowered his head and looked at Futian, who was below. A flash of cold, murderous intent shone briefly in his eyes as he said, "It seems that you know you can't escape in the colorless sea." Even the superpower Futian cultivated, like the Buddha's celerity, was greatly restricted in the regions surrounding the colorless sea, unable to move as he wished. "Of course I know. Why else would I come to the colorless sea?" Futian looked at Saint Jinshan and replied. His words made Saint Jinshan frown as he stared at Futian. "You know about the colorless sea?" "Jinshan, I have been cultivating Buddhism for more than 10 years, reading and studying the ancient texts of Buddhist scriptures in the library. What do you think I was doing there?" Futian said coldly. "Since you knew, why do you come here to seek death then?" Saint Jinshan asked without emotions. "Back in Six Desires Heaven, you were just as overconfident and overbearing as you are now. You wanted to capture me by force, but do you remember what happened?" Futian said sarcastically. "If I wanted to leave the Western world of Buddhism, do you think you would have an opportunity to catch a sight of me in Six Desires Heaven? So, you did all this on purpose?" Saint Jinshan finally understood what Futian was driving at. He deliberately appeared in Six Desires Heaven to lure him to the colorless sea. What was the purpose for Futian to do so? With his level of cultivation, Futian dared to lure him to the colorless sea for what? Death? Saint Jinshan couldn't wrap his head around this logic, nor the reason Futian could have for taking him to the colorless sea. Futian waved his arm at this moment, and suddenly a guqin appeared in front of him. It was yearning, left to him by Shanin the Great. With his outstretched hand, Futian started plucking the strings, and the sound of guqin was heard. Suddenly, infinite musical notes jumped around, and just at that moment, waves appeared on the previously tranquil, colorless sea. Rhythm? Saint Jinshan had a curious look on his face. This guqin appeared to be an exceptional item, possibly a divine item. But even so, Futian thought that with the help of a guqin and playing the rhythm, it would be sufficient to contend with him? What an idiotic notion. The light of Buddha obscured the sky and the sun, shrouded the boundless space. Ancient Buddhas now appeared above the firmament, and a massive Buddha sat in the sky right on top of the colorless sea. Just like before in Six Desires Heaven, he raised his gigantic hand and grabbed towards Futian. The space was sealed close, oppressing the space where Futian was. In the past, Futian blew up the divine body of Shunjia, the great emperor, to escape, and it had severely wounded him. Was he going to use a guqin to fight him now? The gigantic palm print moved extremely fast, and it came down instantly. A massive loud bang was heard as the surface of the colorless sea roiled. However, it missed Futian. Futian flickered away with Buddha's celerity and disappeared under the palm that slammed down in that brief moment. Even the power that had sealed the space could not block this Buddha's superpower. Futian's figure appeared in another place in the colorless sea, floating on the surface of the sea. Saint Jinshan looked at him with some curiosity. "So, you are already in the 9th realm." Saint Jinshan stared at Futian and marveled that he could forcibly teleport himself using Buddha's celerity. Jinshan cultivated in Buddhism and had some understanding of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Buddha's celerity was very powerful, but it was by no means invincible. If they were to compete by pure brute force, he ought to be able to suppress Buddha's celerity completely. But how did Futian manage to escape the range of his attack with Buddha's celerity? It should not have been possible even in the 9th realm. More importantly, the colorless sea was an unusual location, which ought to have suppressed their true strength, no matter how slightly. Buddha's celerity should have been affected as well. The sound of guqin continued playing as the notes jumped around and moved in the sky above the colorless sea. Saint Jinshan frowned and wondered as to what kind of guqin music this was. It was able to affect his will and cause some fluctuations. With the beating movements of the notes, they fell directly into the colorless sea, and suddenly, there was a violent movement in the sea, as a powerful and mighty will began to emerge from it. What are you doing? Saint Zhenchan stared at Yi Futian with an extremely cold and apathetic expression. Yi Futian was trying to communicate with the will of the ancient Buddhas in the colorless sea using the sound of Guqin. How could Saint Zhenchan not know that there were 108 great Buddhas inside the colorless sea? To suppress that incomparable fiend back then, these Buddhas integrated their collective will into the colorless sea and sealed the fiend here. Yi Futian was now attempting to communicate the will of the great Buddhas in the sea using the sound of Guqin. Was he trying to use the power of these great Buddhas to fight against him? This madman. He was trying to use the colorless sea. So, was this the reason why he lured him here? However, even if Yi Futian could leverage the will of the great Buddhas in the colorless sea, was that enough to contend with him? What an idiotic notion. However, he was a little worried. If Yi Futian was to fight him by leveraging the will of the great Buddhas in the colorless sea, what would happen if he destroyed the will of these ancient Buddhas? Would the great men of colorless heaven blame him for such destruction? Chapter 2502, Killing Zhenchan. The colorless sea roiled, and Saint Zhenchan seemed to be considering something. In the rioting colorless sea, an unparalleled light of Buddha bloomed. Buddhas began emerging from the sea, accompanied by a deafening clattering sound. Once those Buddhas surged out of the sea, they expanded and became even greater, forming a spectacular sight. The entire colorless sea turned gold in color, and the light of Buddha was ablaze. It appeared extremely sacred. In the vast surrounding area, the phantom of Buddhas shrouded this coastal region. In every position was an ancient Buddha, the will of the great Buddha. Saint Zhenchan frowned slightly, and his gaze swept coldly at Yi Futian below, who continued playing the Guqin. Did Yi Futian really think that he could communicate with the will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea with his music and fight against someone like him? This idea was way too naive. He was going to show Yi Futian that the gap between realms was an irreparable chasm that could not be offset so simply by the will of the great Buddhas. A horrific aura bloomed from Saint Zhenchan. His palm raised, and a giant Buddha phantom suddenly appeared behind him, raising his golden palm along with Zhenchan and slapped it down at the space beneath. A massive and boundless symbol of one appeared, covering the sky and the sun, shrouding this corner of the world, directly oppressing Yi Futian with absolutely domineering force. Although it was just a random blow, it was enough to kill Yi Futian, at least in Saint Zhenchan's eyes. Yi Futian could not possibly withstand his blow. The infinite and brilliant light of Buddha emerged from Yi Futian. In the roiling colorless sea, the endless light of Buddha poured into Yi Futian's body so that he was completely submerged in it. The will of all the Buddhas seemed to resonate with him as their shadows faintly appeared behind him. The aura on him was also becoming extremely terrifying. Boom! The heaven and the earth roared, and the colorless sea was violently tossing and turning. A gigantic and boundless ancient Buddha appeared, and it was the Mahavairakana. This Mahavairakana raised his hand without warning and slammed it with unspeakable power towards the symbol of one in the void, and the two collided. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard, and the palm of Mahavairakana was destroyed and shattered. However, at the same time, the huge and boundless Buddhist symbol of one was broken into pieces as well. This symbol of one was transformed by the attack from Saint Zhenchan, but it was broken apart by the palm of Mahavairakana. Saint Zhenchan had an alarmed look in his eyes. It was as if he was very surprised by the sight in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at the colorless sea below, focused solely on Yi Futian. Yi Futian had disarmed his attack by using the palm of Mahavairakana. Although it was only a simple blow, it was from him, Zhenchan. After all, Saint Zhenchan was the cream of the crop existence in the Buddhist sect, who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even someone as strong as Lord Six Desires, Lord Liberty, and Lord Yema had to take orders from him. Those were also existences who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, but there was still a considerable gap between them and Zhenchan. Although his status was far beneath top giants such as Tongchan, he belonged to the group of people at the top of the pyramid in the Western world of Buddhism, both in status and strength. Even an unexpected blow from him contained destructive power that could not be imagined. Even those who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path would find it difficult to face his attack, never mind a cultivator in the 8th realm or just broken through the 9th realm. Even if someone were able to resist it, it was bound to be at a great expense and may cause them grave injuries. However, Futian was able to block his attack directly. This violated all the rules of cultivation. How could this be possible? Even with the help of the colorless sea, it was equally impossible. The gap was simply too great. How did Futian make up for the difference? There was only one possibility. Futian's combat effectiveness was more substantial than he was aware of. This aura, Saint Zhenchan perceived the tyrannical aura released by Futian. At this moment, Futian no longer bothered to disguise it and released his own aura to the fullest. The aura that erupted from him was not at all like the aura from someone who had just entered into the 9th realm. Upon Futian, Saint Zhenchan even felt a slight trace of the aura from someone who had survived the divine tribulation. This meant that Futian's true strength was probably far more than someone who had just entered Renhuang of the 9th realm. Did you conceal the strength of your cultivation before? Saint Zhenchan stared at Futian and asked him. This whole situation was out of order. I went to Spirit Mountain, where all the Buddhas were present. Even the Buddha himself made an appearance. You think I was hiding my cultivation? Futian looked at Saint Zhenchan with a sarcastic expression. Did Zhenchan just suggest that he was hiding before the Lord of all Buddhas and the other Buddha lords? How preposterous. So, you have indeed just recently broken through to the 9th realm, but why do I sense the aura of someone who had survived the divine tribulation? Saint Zhenchan stared at Futian because he was truly curious. Could it be that there were still some other secret treasures on Futian? Futian didn't mind dragging this out for a while longer. He stared back at Saint Zhenchan and replied, You weren't wrong. What did that mean? Saint Zhenchan's eyes sharpened. What did Futian mean by that? He wasn't wrong. This was the aura of someone who survived divine tribulation. Tribulation. Saint Zhenchan remembered previous rumors that had occurred in 6 Desires Heaven and other places, that a mysterious cultivator experiencing the divine tribulation all over the place had completed the divine tribulation in the domain of path obliteration. Was Futian the person who experienced divine tribulation? It was you surviving the divine tribulation in 6 Desires Heaven? Saint Zhenchan stared at Futian in disbelief. A 9th realm Renhuang experiencing divine tribulation? And was this the reason why Futian's momentum was so powerful? Your perception sucks. Futian said sarcastically. He didn't mind telling Saint Zhenchan the truth. Today, only one of them would leave alive. There was a terrible rumbling sound that was heard, and the colorless sea was still roiling. Under the sound of Guqin, the light of Buddha in the colorless sea poured into Futian's body. He closed his eyes. His entire body was radiant, bathed in the light of Buddha, and holier than anything else. Seal. A word came out of Futian's mouth, and suddenly the infinite light of Buddha gathered in the vast domain, turning into a gigantic Buddha. It enveloped this entire coastal region. It was now turning into an absolute domain space and sealed it shut. Within this domain, everything must be isolated, including the will of the way and divine consciousness. Even if Saint Zhenchan knew the truth, it was impossible for him to spread that news around. This space is an independent and insulated world of its own. The sound of Buddha lingered and resounded through the void. Around the coastal region, all the Buddhas surrounded the sky above. Futian stood on the sea with his hands clasped in front of him and his eyes closed tightly. It was as if he was the master of this sea at this moment. Today, he would use the colorless sea to kill Zhenchan. Chapter 2503. Go back into reincarnation. Saint Zhenchan glanced at the surrounding heaven and earth. He detected a peculiar aura inside this absolute sealed space. This was the domain created by Futian, and it had actually blocked out all other kinds of powers. At the same time, in this vast domain, every one of the Buddhas was suspended in the air, and the golden light of Buddha was set ablaze. All these great Buddhas were chanting the sound of Buddha, which lingered between heaven and earth. They resonated with the Guqin played by Futian, turning it into the Vajra spell. Futian stood on the surface of the sea, and a Buddha phantom appeared to surround him. By leveraging the will of all the Buddhas in the colorless sea, Futian was able to turn himself into a Buddha, as if he had already proclaimed the way. His aura was comparable to that of Zhenchan's. Only at this moment did Saint Zhenchan realize just what kind of a monster he was facing. This was a genius talent from Divine Prefecture who had experienced the divine tribulation in the ninth realm, and now leveraging the will of all the Buddhas in the colorless sea. In fact, Futian was well known in the Divine Prefecture even before this, and Zhenchan had known quite a lot about him. This was why he had gone to intercept Futian. Still, he seemed to have underestimated this genius talent and the terrifying extent of his ability. Saint Zhenchan could never have imagined that this cultivator, who came to the Western world of Buddhism as a Ren Huang in the eighth realm, continued to be a thorn at his side, even without the divine body. Saint Zhenchan no longer intended to underestimate his enemy and was sobering up to prepare for the coming battle. He could sense the imminent threat that was permeating from Futian. The light of Buddha lit up all over the colorless sea, and a terrible aura was released from Saint Zhenchan. His eyes were terrifying, and a sacred halo appeared behind him. The light of Buddha that came from the massive ancient Buddha could set the world on fire and blind the eyes of the beholders. It was the Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana was an extraordinary battle form of Buddhism. However, as Saint Zhenchan was also a cultivator of Buddhism with profound cultivation, he was an expert in all of the Buddhist methods, including Mahavairakana. More importantly, when someone's cultivation was at the level of Saint Zhenchan, his Mahavairakana battle form contained defining self-characteristics. The light of Buddha emitted from it contained terrible destructive power as if it could expiate all the others. Rumble. The palm of Mahavairakana pressed down, and heaven and earth roared as the colorless sea continued to roil. Frantic waves now raged over the once calming surface of the sea. At the same time, the heavens were lit up by the flaming light of Buddha. By borrowing the will of the ancient Buddhas, Futian was protected by the golden frame, which also gave way to the Mahavairakana battle form. His version of the Mahavairakana battle form was immensely virile, containing the incomparable divine light of the sun, which shot out lights of destruction. In the void, all the Buddhas condensed the seals at the same time, which they blasted toward the Mahavairakana from Saint Zhenchan. These two massive handprints intersected and collided above the colorless sea. The flaming light of Buddha was so fervent that it was simply blinding. That wave of searing air current could dry up the sea, but this sea was no ordinary body of water either. This was the colorless sea. Even so, the sea was still roaring and howling as the two attacks collided in the void. Both attacks dissipated as soon as they made contact, but none of them had the upper hand. This blow made Saint Zhenchan realize that after Futian leveraged the will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea, his combat effectiveness was no less than his own. The will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea was different from ordinary willpowers. This will was more real in a sense. At that time, the Buddhas had merged their collective will into the colorless sea to suppress that demonic fiend, so it was conceivable that this will had to be immensely powerful. Furthermore, it was a will that was imbued with spirit. Now, it was reawakened by Futian's sound of Guqin, and he, alone, controlled these resurrected Buddhas. Futian, you are disrespectful to Buddhism, and the Buddha will definitely release you. Saint Zhenchan looked down at Futian and declared in an icy voice. Those words resounded throughout the 9 heavens, attempting to influence Futian's will. I use the hands of all the Buddhas here to clean the house of Buddhism, and the Buddha will not guilt me for that. Futian responded, once, the Buddhas suppressed the demonic fiend in this place. Saint Zhenchan, even though you are a student of Buddhism, you are bewitched by the evils in your heart. The colorless sea is where you will be buried. You speak without shame. Saint Zhenchan looked down at Futian and said, show me just how strong you can be by borrowing the will of the ancient Buddhas. As his voice faded, the sound of Buddha came from his mouth. This sound resonated throughout the void, like a Buddhist mantra or spell, making the colorless sea tremble. Even the will of all the Buddhas on Futian was affected and seemed to peel away from Futian. Futian frowned. Saint Jinshan seemed to be communicating with the will of the Buddhas using Buddhist spells so that they would not be under Yi Futian's control and would return to the colorless sea. This would, no doubt, directly weaken Yi Futian's strength so that it would be impossible for Yi Futian to contend against him with his own realm alone. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Jinshan. He was indeed an existence who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, Yi Futian had been spending all these years inside the library of the Buddhist sect, and he had not wasted his time there. He had cultivated at Spirit Mountain for more than 10 years, and had comprehended the Buddhist scriptures even before he was able to break through the boundary of the realm. After the efforts of all these years, his methods of Buddhism were no longer what they were when he first arrived in Spirit Mountain. How could a few months of cultivation compare to the cultivation of more than a decade? At this moment, Yi Futian uttered the sound of Buddha and put down the guqin. His hands clasped together, and an infinitely solemn Buddhist aura suddenly emitted from him. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The sound of Buddha lingered in the sky, and the colorless sea seemed to be suppressed and was becoming extremely quiet and calm. At the same time, the will of all the Buddhas had been integrated into him and was now stabilized once more. Faces of ancient Buddhas seemed to appear faintly with solemn expressions. Solemn and holy, it was as if they had really been manifested into reality. 6 syllables of truth. Saint Jinshan felt that his spell had been suppressed in the void, and he had a terrible look on his face. The heaven and the earth resonated, and the will of all the Buddhas were one. Above the firmament, the true form of Buddhism was revealed, and all of them were bona fide ancient Buddhas. Yi Futian had actually comprehended the 6 syllables of truth. No wonder he dared to come to the colorless sea like this. Buddhist cultivators who were able to comprehend the 6 syllables of truth were all people with superb Buddhist methods. They possessed deep roots in Buddhism and had predestination with the Buddha. Since ancient times, only those who were truly at the great Buddha level could comprehend and accomplish such cultivation. Yi Futian understood the 6 syllables of truth. In this colorless sea, all the Buddhas would think that he was the one true Buddha who had obtained the true teachings of Buddhism, while Jinshan would stand on the opposite side of them. As soon as the 6 syllables of truth were spoken out loud, veritable Buddhas suddenly revealed themselves in the heavens, and each one of them was like the ancient Buddha in the colorless sea who had been revived. They incarnated as a real Buddha sitting in the void, surrounding Jinshan. At the same time, the one gigantic ancient Buddha began to solidify his presence into being, completely covering this corner of the sky, majestic and boundless. Yi Futian's body was growing larger as well, turning into a Buddha. All this in front of him made Jinshan trembling in his heart. This was the reality battle form. Yi Futian had acquired another battle form in his arsenal. Yi Futian had transformed into a Buddha. It was as if he, a cultivator of the divine prefecture, was the true heir of Buddhism. He had cultivated supreme Buddha methods, and he intended to use them to release Jinshan in the here and now. Jinshan, return into reincarnation. A voice spoke. It seemed like the sound of Buddha was lingering between heaven and earth. It was like an unshakable truth of the Great Path asking Jinshan to go back into reincarnation. Chapter 2504, Killing Jinshan. The 6 syllables of truth was the supreme mantra of Buddhism. Although it possessed no direct power to attack, it could bless, thus augmenting, all kinds of Buddhist methods. The mantra itself represented the greatest wisdom of Buddhism and was considered the most orthodox of all Buddhist powers. When the 6 syllables of truth appeared, the colorless sea seemed to have produced some kind of resonance with Yi Futian. It was as if all the willpower of Buddhism within the colorless sea could be used by him. What was more terrifying was that the Buddhas appeared like great Buddhas in their physical forms, releasing tremendously aggressive Buddhist methods. At this moment, Saint Jinshan was alone and on his own, as if he was a public enemy of Buddhism. There was a terrible look on his face now. In all this, he was the cultivators of Buddhism and should be one of their own, while Yi Futian was the true outsider, a visitor from the divine prefecture. Now, these Buddhas were fighting alongside Yi Futian. With their blessings on him, The Buddhist methods released from Futian seemed bent on suppressing him. Futian had even arrogantly declared to send him back into the cycle of reincarnation. It was as if his words were the absolute truth, the principle of the Great Path. It would send him, Jinshan, into the wheels of reincarnation. The sound of Buddha lingered as heaven and earth resonated. The sound of Buddha came from all the Buddhas all at once and resounded throughout the colorless sea. The terrible Vajra spell went for Saint Jinshan, piercing through the shadows of Buddhas that had gathered around Saint Jinshan. They even blasted towards Saint Jinshan himself with the intention to kill. At this moment, what really terrified Saint Jinshan was that Futian might really have what it takes to send him back into reincarnation. Boom! Saint Jinshan had a solemn expression on his face, and he seemed to be in a grave mood. He clasped his hands together in front of him, and his eyes closed tight. Above his body, the golden light of Buddha radiated as he transformed into a real Buddha. Behind him, shadows of Buddhas appeared as solidly as if they were real entities. Subsequently, these shadowy Buddhas stretched out their arms, more and more, until they covered up the entire sky and blocked out the sun. At Saint Jinshan's brow chakra, a divine eye seemed to have opened up. It held a mark of Buddhism, which was extremely shocking to behold. That mark turned into something like a sword, carrying with it an unparalleled sharp aura, like that of a peerless warrior. In an instant, all the hands that were released by the Buddhas behind Saint Jinshan were holding a divine sword. These divine swords released an unparalleled sharpness that seemed to slaughter all evil demons in this world. The swords had not yet been unleashed before that terrifying sword came for the kill. Everything in its path was extinguished and silenced. Futian also felt the oppressive power of this technique. This ought to be a potent attack that Saint Jinshan had derived from the Buddhist superpowers. This divine sword was even more terrifying than the sword of catastrophe from the divine tribulation of the Great Path, comparable to the sword of law, which was capable of shattering all the power of the Great Path. Futian knew that Saint Jinshan felt his life was being threatened, so he had unleashed his most powerful last resort to end him here in the colorless sea. In this battle, one of them had to be buried in this place of Buddhist legend, Mahavairakana. The Buddha body transformed by Futian released an unparalleled light of Buddha as the Vajra spell swept out. At the same time, all the Buddhas blasted out their supreme handprints, the palm of Mahavairakana. Kill, Saint Jinshan uttered. Although he was a Buddhist, at this moment, his murderous intent had shot through the sky. This attack technique was just like his own character, domineering and sharp. This technique was created by him, the eponymous Jinshan sword. The moment the Jinshan sword was released, those many arms moved at the same time as well. The divine swords in their hands slashed out. They collided with the Vajra spell, but were unable to shake it in the slightest. Those arms continued to extend out with the divine swords in their hands, covering all the space, missing no corners, and slaughtered everything in sight. The palms of Mahavairakana collided with the Jinshan swords as an apocalyptic light erupted above the colorless sea. The palms of Mahavairakana were broken up and destroyed, but the Jinshan swords were constantly breaking apart as well, one after another. However, those arms seemed infinite and endless, continued to slaughter at those Buddhas with Jinshan swords in hand. Even if these were Buddhas who were resurrected, if they were here to help Futian, Saint Jinshan would slay all of them. What if they were the ancient Buddhas? He, Saint Jinshan, was a great Buddha of the present day, and he was not afraid of the will of some ancient Buddhas from the past. Boom, boom, boom. Those terrifying attacks collided, and the arms holding the Jinshan swords stabbed at the shadows of Buddhas, extinguishing them, one by one. The destructive power was far too horrific. It seemed as if a strike by the Jinshan sword was enough to cause immediate destruction. No matter what power of the Great Path it was transformed from, they were annihilated equally. People who have cultivated to the same level as Saint Jinshan had their own understanding of the way, and Jinshan sword was an example of such comprehension. Having perceived the terrifying attacks from Saint Jinshan, Futian did not waver in the slightest. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The 6 syllables of truth remained as the sound of Buddha lingered in the sky above the colorless sea. The heavens resonated, as the seal that covered this coastal region personified into shadows of Buddha, like a mural cast from these Buddhas. This was no longer just the 108 Buddhas, but hundreds and thousands of great Buddhas. All of the Buddhas resonated, as if listening to the truth preached by the Buddha. Seeing those countless arms continued to extend outward to slay, all the Buddhas also stretched out their arms at the same time. All Buddhas returned to the source. Saint Zhenchan raised his head to look into the sky. Under the light of the great sun, all Buddhas returning to the source. At this moment, Saint Zhenchan truly felt a sense of desperation. How was Futian able to achieve this phenomenon after only having been in the Spirit Mountain for a little over a decade? Even after he had cultivated for this many years, he was unable to achieve a vision such as all Buddhas returning to the source. However, Futian did it by leveraging the will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea. This blow spared nothing, and everything was destroyed in its wake. There was a horrific sound of rumbling. When this blow fell, those many arms shattered, and even the Zhenchan swords could not resist it, as its force directly submerged this space. This blow was not the power from Futian, but the power of all the Buddhas. Futian was just the person who set it all into motion. He had urged the phenomenon of all Buddhas returning to the source with the 6 syllables of truth, and as all the Buddhas came down with their joint attack, it was not something that Saint Zhenchan could have resisted. Boom! The attack annihilated everything. It blasted on the colorless sea. The colorless sea tossed and turned violently as if the sea itself had been punched through. The tumbling colorless sea roared and howled and only gradually calmed down after a few moments. A few rays of Sarira light flew out from the colorless sea, trying to escape. Futian's eyes were cold and indifferent. His finger pointed at those Sarira beads, and suddenly they shattered, one after another. A phantom of Saint Zhenchan seemed to appear now, his face distorted, angry, as well as a tinge of reluctance and desperation. Zhenchan, a great Buddha of the world of Buddhism, had fallen into the hands of a youngster from the divine prefecture. It was a lamentable ending. "Go," Futian said, and the phantom of Saint Zhenchan disappeared. His soul and spirit dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the aura from his body gradually lessened as the will of the Buddhas returned to the colorless sea. There was a pervading sense of weakness, but Futian heaved a sigh of relief. In this battle, Zhenchan was killed. Now, there was one less worry for him, as there was one less powerful enemy. Chapter 2505, The Return. The colorless sea returned to its previous state of tranquility. Meanwhile, Futian closed his eyes and rested. However, he suddenly sensed a very powerful negative emotion. It was as if there was an invasion of another will, which did not leave his body. What's going on? Futian wondered. In his perception, he saw Buddha. This Buddha was solemn and sacred, dazzling with divine light. But it was invading him little by little, intending on occupying his entire consciousness. This was not right. Futian perceived something unusual and realized this was no time for rest. After all, the light of Buddha on his body was radiant as he recited the sound of Buddha until he was covered in nothing but the light of Buddha, which attempted to purify all evil spirits. Is that his will? Futian's heart trembled slightly. He remembered the legend of the colorless sea. He fought in the colorless sea and killed Saint Zhenchan by the collective will of all the Buddhas in the colorless sea. But this collective will was here for a reason, to suppress that powerful demon who was once a great Buddha. Just as he was borrowing the collective will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea, the will of that demon stole its way in as well. In his consciousness, the invading Buddha phantom turned dark. It was a pitch-black Buddha whose lotus seat had taken root in his consciousness. At this time, Futian was becoming extremely irritable and negative. He remembered many horrible things from the past, like the time when he first entered the Western world of Buddhism, when he was chased by the great Elder Matyen, when he was hunted by Lord Six Desires, or when he was kept prisoner by Lord Initial Zen and the others. There was also the hostility from Saint Zhenchan, Shinyan Arhat, Shinyan Buddha Lord, and so many other similar instances. These memories had all flooded his mind at this point in time. There were even voices in his head, saying, "Man is evil by nature, and all Buddhas are sanctimonious. Yi Futian's expression changed slightly as he proceeded to take out the divine guqin, yearning, once again, and played with both hands. At the same time, his lips were constantly moving, and the sixth syllable of truth reverberated throughout this space. Suddenly, all the Buddhas resonated with him again, and the colorless sea was in turmoil once more. The sea rolled back, flowing upstream against logic, and shrouded Yi Futian's body. The will of the Buddha once again resonated with the will of Yi Futian. Under the six syllables of truth, the sound of Buddha was simply deafening and worked to keep him in a state of alertness. His body was transformed into the body of a Buddha, and at the same time, he visualized an ancient golden Buddha in his mind's eye, sitting on a golden lotus, facing the dark Buddha, trying to suppress the other. This demon was drawn by him and should be dispelled by him as well. Once before, the will of all the Buddhas had been integrated into the colorless sea to suppress this demon, and it should be possible to do the same again today. In the sea of consciousness, the two great Buddhas were at an impasse. The only difference was that the dark Buddha was only one, but across from him, the golden ancient Buddha was surrounded by many other Buddhas. The sound of Buddha was coming out of them at the same time. This world had been transformed into a world of the Buddhas, suppressing all evil demons. Rumble. Yi Futian's body trembled slightly. Even though he had stabilized his body and soul with the Buddhist methods, it was difficult to achieve absolute peace. The two wills were fighting and struggling, and he felt a splitting headache, which was more taxing on him than when he was dealing with Saint Zhenchan before. Moreover, that invading demon was extremely terrifying and stubborn. He was once a great Buddha who was proficient in Buddhist doctrines. Later, he gave up hope in all things, which paved the way for him to become obsessed with the demonic realm. For this reason, the effect of Buddhism on him was limited. He had never been truly and completely vanquished in all these years. Yi Futian even mobilized the imperial will, as his whole body was now as bright as a divine body, while the two wills struggled. He seemed to have suppressed the opponent somewhat, but was unable to destroy it. At this time, the clouds and mist above the sky parted, as the light of Buddha was shining down, falling on the surface of the colorless sea, shrouded Yi Futian's body at the same time. Over yonder, a beam of light descended, and at the end of that light of Buddha, a great Buddha with a golden frame could be seen. He looked down at Yi Futian. The Buddha Lord of colorless heaven, Yi Futian secretly exclaimed in his heart. There were several very powerful great Buddhas in the colorless heaven, and this should be someone at the level of the Buddha Lords. The light of Buddha shone on Yi Futian as if there was a thought that directly entered into Yi Futian's consciousness, helping him to fight against that Buddha of the darkness. The light of Buddha on these Buddhas became more fervent. Gradually, cracks appeared on that dark shadow of a Buddha. However, his eyes remained indifferent and cold as he watched all this. Then, everything shattered and was destroyed, dissipating into nothingness. It's done, Yi Futian thought to himself, as the collective will of the Buddhas left him and dissipated once again. As the light of the Buddha on his body retracted, he looked up into the firmament, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Buddha Lord." That Buddha Lord put his hands together and replied, "Amitabha, benefactor, Yi has a deep connection with Buddhism. If you continue to cultivate in Buddhism, you will be a great Buddha one day." Buddha Lord speaks too highly of me. Buddhism is profound, and I have only just scratched the surface. This time I have disturbed you in colorless sea and almost caused serious trouble. I beg your forgiveness. Yi Futian bowed again and apologized. Benefactor, Yi had no choice in the matter, the great Buddha responded. Thank you, Buddha Lord, for your understanding. I apologize for disturbing Buddha Lord's cultivation. I will take my leave now, Yi Futian said. That Buddha Lord put his hands together as Yi Futian bowed to take his leave. Then, his figure flickered as he departed, and the light of Buddha that was above the firmament also dissipated. The Buddha Lord himself disappeared as well. Yi Futian drove hard on the journey using Buddha's celerity. It didn't take long before he came to a place, and he stopped to close his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, he notified Hua Jieyu and the others that their trouble was no more. A few days later, Yi Futian, having recuperated, continued to push on his journey with Buddha's celerity, moving out of the Western world of Buddhism. Everything in the world of Buddhism had now come to an end, so he should be leaving now. At the same time, many great Buddhas of the Western world of Buddhism had received news of Saint Junshan's demise. For a time, their hearts were disturbed. However, some great Buddhas seemed to have already foreseen this very ending, and they remained as peaceful as ever. Grandmaster Bitter Zen learned of the news while he was sweeping outside the library. He merely raised his head to look into the distance before continuing the task of cleaning up the fallen leaves. In comparison, the likes of Shinyan Buddha Lord and the others were more shocked by the news. Futian had managed to hunt down and kill Saint Junshan at the colorless sea. He had done so by leveraging the collective will of all the Buddhas inside the colorless sea. Saint Junshan was no more. With the death of Saint Junshan, Jinshan Temple was now just something that was part of the past. In the endless void, a golden-winged rock was moving forward through the emptiness, with turbulence raging in the space it was traveling through. On the back of the golden-winged rock, Hua Jieyu looked behind her with her beautiful eyes. It seemed as if she was looking for something. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and landed on the back of the golden-winged rock. Without the slightest fluctuation of aura, it appeared simply out of thin air. It was Futian. The golden-winged rock was controlled by him. It was natural for him to pinpoint its location and meet up with Hua Jieyu and the others. "That's amazing," Chunyi remarked when he saw Futian appear without warning in front of them. In his experience, no matter what kind of great path power was used to travel through the void, there were always some signs which could be perceived ahead of time. However, Futian's appearance was without the slightest fluctuation in aura. It was as if he had truly appeared out of nowhere. Buddha's celerity is one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. It is indeed amazing, Futian responded with a smile. "Master!" Feng Siyuan and the others came forward and called him happily. They were very happy when they saw Futian's safe return, especially comparing this to when he was being chased by Saint Junshan. "Everything is fine now," Futian smiled and said. He then looked at Hua Jieyu. "I've come back." Hua Jieyu nodded. "Let's go home." Futian smiled, and the group of them nodded in agreement. Time to leave and get back to the Ziwei segmentum. Chapter 2506, Return. To return to the Ziwei segmentum from Western Heaven, Futian had to first pass through the Divine Prefecture. He passed by many places and heard many things. These past few years, the Ziwei segmentum had been sealed off from the outside world. Their news of the outside was naturally also cut off, so they did not know of the current changes to the outside world. However, on Futian's way back, he obtained a lot of information. The lands of the original realm were now open to the various major worlds. It no longer solely belonged to the Divine Prefecture. The various worlds were now part of it. Unless the Divine Prefecture went to war with various worlds, it could only acquiesce in this. As time passed, the various major worlds opened up pathways to the original realm. It was the same for the lands of the Divine Prefecture. Each of the 18 domains had pathways leading to the original realm. This made Futian emotional. It might be that the original realm had returned to how it was in ancient times. It served as the center of the world, and countless forces from various worlds gathered within it. As for how the original realm was overall, he was unable to find out. After all, the Ziwei segmentum did not have contact with the outside world, so he could not obtain useful information through his forces there. The changes of the world began in the original realm. Futian recalled this prophecy. In Western Heaven, he learned that this prophecy had originated from the Western heavenly world and spread throughout the worlds. What did the changes of the world refer to exactly? Futian and the others made a trip to Four Corner Village first. Back then, he had obtained a treasure from Princess Donghuang that could directly open a pathway from the original realm to the Divine Prefecture. However, he would not be able to use it for the trip back. That meant to say that he could leave the original realm but not return to it unless he borrowed a passageway opened by Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, that was currently impossible for him. Fortunately, in Four Corner Village, Master had opened a passageway to the original realm for him. That way, Futian had a path between the original realm as well as the Divine Prefecture. In the Ziwei segmentum, among the vast starry sky, galaxies shifted and starlight flowed. In the starry cultivation court of Ziwei Imperial Palace, many people raised their heads to the sky. They seemed to have sensed something as they revealed strange expressions. Yeah. A bolt of black lightning shot up past the clouds. A creature charged up into the starry sky. It was Black Wind Condor. When they saw this scene, the various cultivators in the starry cultivation court looked towards Black Wind Condor. Before this, they had already heard the news that Futian would return. Now, from Black Wind Condor's reaction, they understood that Futian was back. At that moment, everyone stopped cultivating and quietly waited. Not long after, a group of people arrived. They did not enter the starry cultivation court from the passageway in Ziwei Imperial Palace, instead directly appearing here. Futian controlled the will of great Emperor Ziwei, so he naturally could do so. In the starry sky, a golden-winged giant pong bird dove down with its wings outstretched. Its wings blocked out the sun as it circled around in the starry sky. It then stabilized itself and floated in midair. On the back of the golden-winged giant pong bird, a few figures stepped forward. The person who stood in the center had white robes purer than snow. He looked down at the familiar faces below and smiled. His expression was gentle, and there was not a shred of aura emanating from his figure. He seemed like an ordinary person, yet he gave off an extraordinary vibe. Everyone knew that Futian had improved greatly on his journey. Futian, Palace Lord, Younger Brother, Master. Many voices called out at the same time. Many titles were mentioned, but they all referred to the same person. They were all calling out to Futian. Futian had been away for more than a decade. It was such a long time. Now, he had finally returned. "I am back," said Futian as he smiled at the familiar faces approaching him. "Boss, how about you leave this golden feather to be educated by Condor-sama?" Black Wind Condor asked Futian. He had not taken his eyes off the golden-winged giant pong bird, Yunzi. This golden-feathered bird was a great threat to his own position. Now that Master had returned, he had to seize the initiative and assert his dominance. Golden feather? Yunzi's sharp eyes shot over towards Black Wind Condor like daggers. Was he Condor-sama? This was the first time Yunzi had heard someone refer to him with such an uncouth name. He was the divine bird, the golden-winged giant pong bird. Even in the world of Buddhism, he had standing and was the Mount of Buddhas. This black bird dared to call him such a name? What are you looking at? I, Condor-sama, have followed Master for many years. How can you be compared to me? Shouldn't you be showing your respect to yours truly? Black Wind Condor said in an arrogant tone. Buzz. Yunzi could not tolerate this any longer. He immediately charged over with his golden claws outstretched. His dignity was still intact even though he was now the Mount of Futian. He would not allow Black Wind Condor to walk all over him. Insubordination, chided Black Wind Condor as he dodged. The two demonic beasts took to the skies at extremely high speeds. The crowd watched this scene in surprise. Futian had just returned, and these two demonic beasts had actually begun fighting. Futian was also stunned. He then revealed a smile. Although these two fellows were fighting now, they were connected to him and knew where to draw the line. Was your journey successful this time? Lord Taixian asked. Lord Taixian greeted Futian politely first. He then looked to the others and said, "It has been years since we last met. I have missed you all. Seniors, pardon me for not greeting you all individually." The crowd nodded in understanding. It wasn't that Futian did not wish to follow protocol. There were just too many people. If Futian were to greet them all one by one, he would waste a lot of time. Cultivators did not bother with such formalities anyway. "Our journey this time was very successful," replied Futian as he looked at Lord Taixian. He continued, "I brought Qingqing to Western Heaven, and we went to Spirit Mountain." Qingqing was the reincarnation of the Buddhist lamp of the Buddha. She had accompanied the Buddha during his cultivation in her past life. She has now recovered her memories as ancient Buddha Qingding. Futian continued, "Chun-Yi went to Great Bright Domain and also obtained his inheritance. As for me, I had many fateful encounters in Western Heaven and cultivated many miraculous Buddhist doctrines. I had the opportunity to come in contact with several high-tier Buddhist doctrines on this trip. I have reaped many benefits from them. Futian summarized the experiences their group had over the past few years for the crowd. However, everyone knew that there was more to what he was telling them. This journey had certainly not been easy. Nevertheless, it seemed as though the benefits of this trip were indeed huge. The cultivation of these young fellows has also improved by a lot. It was well worth the trip, Emperor, she said as he looked at Feng Xiyuan and the others behind Futian. Old Ma and the other cultivators from Four Corner Village also came forward. They revealed smiles as they looked at little Ling and the others. Futian smiled as he looked at the crowd and said, "First elder brother, second elder sister, third elder brother, Do Zhao Muyu. All of you have improved greatly. These past few years, we have always been hard at work cultivating in the Ziwei segmentum. Since we were forced to seal ourselves away in the world of Ziwei, aside from cultivating, there was nothing else we could do. The Starry Cultivation Court also contains the will of the great emperor, so all of us have indeed improved greatly," Lord Taixian said with a smile. "It is just that we do not know what has happened in the outside world and how the heavenly mandate realm is currently." Lord Taixian seemed to still long for the heavenly mandate realm. Responded Futian as he nodded his head. "After so many years, I also wish to know how it is in the outside world currently. Now that I have returned, we can remove the seal on the Ziwei segmentum and head out to take a look." Chapter 2507. New Grudges and Old Vendettas. Ever since Futian left, the Ziwei segmentum had permanently been sealed off from the outside world. Everyone inside had been busy cultivating. They had been doing so for more than a decade. Although they had significantly improved, they also wanted to go back out into the world. After Futian was reunited with everyone, he unlocked the seal of the Ziwei segmentum, allowing the others to go out and investigate the current changes to the original realm. However, Futian did not dare to be too careless. Although it had been more than a decade, there were still many people who had their eyes on him in the Ziwei segmentum. Those who ventured out were required to have top Renhuangs accompany them. Of course, he also knew that he did not need to be overly worried for their safety. After all, for the various forces, their target was still him. They would not target the others. Aside from that, Futian had a certain level of self-confidence. Having cultivated celerity, even powerful existences who survived the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path would have a hard time capturing him. Saint Zhenshan was not just an ordinary figure who survived the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Back then, Lord Six Desires, Lord Liberty, as well as Lord Yi, all obeyed his commands. Yet, even Saint Zhenshan had not managed to capture Futian as he pursued him. He had been lured by Futian to the colorless sea and killed. From this, Futian understood that he already had means of self-preservation by relying on celerity. Of course, celerity served more functions than just self-preservation. The people in the Ziwei segmentum had been stuck inside for far too long. After the seal was unlocked, they all left to see the outside world. Futian was not in a hurry to venture out. After returning, he did not rush to cultivate, instead spending time with those close to him, such as his teachers. He had not been able to see them for so many years. Now, he naturally had to make up for it. Today, he was in a courtyard in Ziwei Imperial Palace playing chess with Qi Xiangang, his teacher and the previous imperial advisor of Dali. Futian's elder brother Yin Yuan and the girl Fei Xue were also with them. They watched quietly as the two of them played chess. The current Futian was no longer what he once was before. He was no longer the younger brother who had headed over to the Dali dynasty to train. He now ruled over Ziwei Imperial Palace and was once the ruler of the original realm. Although he had yet to reveal his cultivation upon returning this time, the members of Ziwei Imperial Palace speculated that he was already invincible at the Renhuang Plain. After all, it was already tricky for Renhuangs to contend with him more than a decade ago, let alone now that he had returned from the world of Buddhism. Qi Xiangang looked at the chessboard, and his eyes revealed a smile as he said, "It seems that you have benefited greatly from this trip to the Western world of Buddhism." "How could you tell?" asked Futian. Qi Xiangang smiled as he explained, "The chessboard reflects this. Although you still have a sharpness like before, you have become steadier. You advance and retreat in an orderly fashion. Your disposition is different. He seemed to have witnessed Futian's growth. Now, the fate of the Ziwei segmentum was tied to Futian. He might also still be related to the fate of the original realm. Qi Xiangang naturally knew that Futian was extraordinary. He was a figure who could rewrite the history of the cultivation world. They were all witnesses to this history. I comprehended Buddhist scriptures on Spirit Mountain in Western Heaven for many years and had some enlightenment. It might be that I have changed slightly, Futian replied with a smile. Qi Xiangang advised, I heard that Buddhist doctrine is broad and profound. It is a shame that I never had the chance to come in contact with it. It is really fortunate for you to have had such an opportunity. Now, the world is in chaos, and this chaos is not just restricted to one realm. The various worlds are all facing it. You should befriend those who can be befriended. At the same time, continue to strengthen yourself and the powers you govern. Otherwise, alone, it will be difficult for you to handle everything. I understand, replied Futian as he nodded his head and took this to heart. More than a decade ago, ever since he returned to the original realm from the divine prefecture, the world had been thrown into chaos. In the past, he had even been in the midst of this storm. Now, more than a decade later, he had cut off contact with the outside world and had only made a trip to the world of Buddhism. However, the chaos of the outside world had not changed even after he left. The conflict had continued endlessly. When they looked back at this period of time in the future, it might be that it was merely a small portion of the chaos to ensue. At that moment, a fiery red silhouette dashed in from the outside. It was a divine phoenix that landed in the courtyard. It was Zifeng. After they met each other on Eastern Deity Island, she had always been following Futian. Now, aside from the various demon clans that followed Futian, he also had a few demonic beasts that followed him personally, such as Little Condor, Zifeng, and Imo Yunzi. When Futian saw Zifeng appear, he suddenly felt emotional. Now, his cultivation was already at the peak of the Runhuang Plain, and he had even survived a divine tribulation of the Great Path. From the looks of it, he needed to pick back up the alchemy techniques that he had inherited from Supreme Deity Donglai on Eastern Deity Island. If he concocted pills now, he would certainly be able to concoct the most powerful imperial-level elixir. It was just like his teacher Qi Xiangang had said. It was not enough for him to improve alone. In this chaotic world, with the Ziwei segmentum as his base, if he wanted to vie for power over the original realm, he needed to raise the power levels of the members in the entire Ziwei segmentum. In order to do so, alchemy would play a critical role. However, to concoct the highest level pills, they needed the prescriptions as well as extremely precious medicinal materials. All of these needed to be gathered. Although the memories of Supreme Deity Donglai contained many precious prescriptions, for Futian at his current cultivation level, they were no longer powerful enough. Mr. Qi greeted Zifeng as she bowed towards Qi Xiangang. Although her cultivation was far superior to Qi Xuangang's, she still was exceptionally polite to him. After all, he was Futian's teacher. Futian's teachers did not have high cultivation. However, in the Ziwei segmentum, they all held high positions. No one dared not to respect them. This was naturally due to Futian's ability and influence. Of course, this was also because he was very respectful to his teachers. If he did not show them respect, others would naturally follow suit. Qi Xiangang nodded as he returned the gesture. Zifeng, what news do you have of the outside world? Asked Futian. From the news we have received from the outside, the various worlds have opened passageways to the original realm, Zifeng reported. These past few years, cultivators from the various worlds have been pouring into the original realm, causing the number of cultivators there to grow exponentially. The various worlds also have many strongholds. Currently, the original realm has become a gathering place for the cultivators of the various worlds. Besides that, many relics have emerged. There are even ancient ruined realms floating in the void, and some of them have emperor's relics. All of them have been explored. In many places, cities and even whole continents have been established. That means to say that there have been many more realms appearing in the original realm over the years? Asked Futian. In the past, the original realm had 9 supreme regions and was called the 3,000 Realms of the Great Path. However, With the changes to the original realm, many unknown lands had emerged and were gradually being explored, becoming new realms. Replied Zifeng as she nodded her head. It is not just that. The top forces of the various worlds have directly established realms in order to develop strongholds and allow more cultivators from their worlds into the original realm. They are all frenziedly developing their own powers. From the looks of it, the original realm is once again becoming the center region of the various worlds, lamented Qi Xiangang. Yi Futian nodded and said, countless years ago, legend has it that the original realm was once the only world. After the collapse of the heavenly path and countless eons of changes, our current situation was established. However, it seems that the original realm contains infinite mysteries. These mysteries have surfaced over the years. Hence, the various worlds have all gathered in the original realm and have constantly competed. It is indeed akin to the center of the universe. This chaotic world is both a catastrophe and a fateful encounter. This will certainly be a grand era, added Qi Xiangang. The Devil Emperor ended the chaos in the Devil World, whereas Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing ended the chaos in the Divine Prefecture. Now that the chaos in the original realm has spread across the various worlds, who will be the one to determine the rise and fall of each world? Yi Futian nodded his head. At that moment, he frowned slightly. He heard something. What is it? Qi Xiangang asked when he saw Yi Futian's expression change. There are some things that I need to settle. Teacher, I will head back first, Yi Futian said as he got up. Go ahead, replied Qi Xiangang as he nodded his head. Now, Yi Futian was the ruler of the Ziwei segmentum. He needed to oversee everything around here. Qi Xiangang naturally understood this. Yi Futian's figure immediately disappeared without any fluctuations of aura as he sat there. When Qi Xiangang and Yin Yuan witnessed this scene, they were stunned. From the looks of it, after returning this time, Yi Futian was even stronger than they had imagined. However, no one knew the exact extent of his powers yet. Yi Futian directly appeared in one of the squares of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Quite a number of people were here. A few of them were injured. These cultivators were one of few groups who left the Ziwei segmentum. They were mostly cultivators from the original realm, including Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan, Do Zhao, and the clan lord of the Do tribe. All of them were actually injured. What happened? Asked Yi Futian. We were ambushed, responded Xiao Dingtian. Stars, cursed Do Zhao, who had a short temper. They were cultivators from the Donghua domain chief's manor. The leader was Ning Hua. He knew that we emerged from the Ziwei segmentum. He actually planned to kill us all, not giving us any chance of survival. Ning Hua. A cold look flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. So it was Ning Hua, the vice chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. Back when Yi Futian was in the Donghua domain, Ning Hua hunted him relentlessly. Zhong Chan, the disciple of the Millet Emperor, had been killed by him too. Yi Futian had always kept this vendetta at heart. Now, Ning Hua actually attacked his alliance again after knowing that they left the Ziwei segmentum. Xiao Dingtian continued. Ning Hua is a 9th-tier Renhuang now. His Great Path is flawless, and he is proficient in the Grand Seal Great Path. He is strong. It was difficult for us to withstand his attack even with our combined powers. Fortunately, we received help from Mr. Tai, so we were barely able to escape. As he said this, he revealed a look of gratitude towards Blind Tai. Yi Futian was well aware that Ning Hua was very powerful. Since a long time ago, Ning Hua was crowned the strongest proud son of heaven of the Donghua domain. There were 4 famous young cultivators in total. However, Ning Hua stood head and shoulders above the other 3 youths. He was exceptionally capable and was ranked first among the 4 of them. Xiao Dingtian was naturally not a match for Ning Hua, whose cultivation had reached the 9th tier of the Renhuang Plain. Xiao Dingtian added, Ning Hua's extremely arrogant. He called us vermin who could only hide in the Ziwei segmentum. He threatened to kill us all without mercy if we dared to step out to the outside world. When Yi Futian heard this, his facial expression turned as cold as ice. Ning Hua always had a high opinion of himself and was extremely presumptuous. Moreover, he bore a strong animosity towards Yi Futian. Ning Hua losing to Yi Futian when they were cultivating in the Starry Cultivation Court was one of the causes which led to Ning Hua's hatred towards him. However, now, things were no longer as they had been. If Ning Hua still wanted to provoke Yi Futian, then Yi Futian would settle both new grudges and old vendettas with him in one shot. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.